hopefully people will show up. A little bit about plagiarism, a little bit more about what essayists should be doing. We are not going to be discussing a certain crumpled Muppet-looking plagiarist who spent a bunch of time harassing my co-writer, because I don't find it very interesting. I don't know. I found the plagiarism a year ago. I told people, no one listened, so... So we're going to play some Pathologic. Same rules apply as the old stream, so if you exclamation point info... Okay. We're going to skip through this because we've already played the start of this as a test stream before we did the original stream. But yeah, we're going to chat about what I think video essayists should be doing and trying to have a productive, constructive conversation rather than a destructive conversation about the people who fucked up. Because that conversation's been had. We've had that conversation. We should be using this as an opportunity to have a conversation in this community about what standards on YouTube look like. But I will get to that in a second. First, a reminder. What a big camera. I haven't been on stream in a while. I'm busy. So a reminder that I'm a chronically ill trans woman, and living is expensive when you're a chronically ill trans woman. So if you feel like supporting and you want some fun rewards, like deciding what type of voices I do, then my voice is a little shot, so it might not be the perfect day, but I will do my best. Should still be up to my usual standards to some extent. But yeah, you can donate and decide things like the character voices. For example, right now, the Harrowspecs voice is currently Jordan Peterson. Which is very cursed. Oh, that doesn't work too bad. That doesn't work too bad. I can still see what I'm doing. I have the document. I got a Twitter? No, I don't have a Twitter. I don't have a Twitter. I deleted Twitter, because fuck Twitter. Twitter is trash. It's just kind of my usual, if you want to support the stream and you're enjoying my content and stuff, feel free. Yeah. How am I doing? I'm eepy. I'm sleepy. I am exhausted. I'm a little overworked, and I'm looking forward to Christmas break. But first, I'm going to get a video essay done before the end of this month. It'll be shorter. It'll be a little bit different. Actually, you know what? I have a question for you all. Before we begin talking about standards on video essays and upcoming work and stuff, I am doing a video on a bunch of fantasy films that I really like in a genre that LK and I have invented. But the video is also going to act as kind of a channel update, and I thought I may as well share this. So I went through and found, as far as I know, every video that I had some involvement in. My involvement ranges from just reading quotes to editing, directing, co-starring, and co-writing. So it really depends like which channel it is. But right now the count's up to 50, I think, on the playlist. So yeah, if you want to watch every video essay I was involved in some way this year, there is 50 of them. Sorry. About 9 of those are episodes of Video Gems, which are not essays, obviously, but they are discussions with essayists about their work. It's going to play my channel thing by accident. Okay, but yeah, the playlist is public. It's called Aeronaut 2023. I am also going to make a playlist for 2022, 2021, as well as every video I've shouted out this year. So yeah, I know I've only put out 2 video essays this year on my channel, but I co-wrote, co-starred, and edited several for Turban Jesse. Jesse and I have a 5-hour project with a short film that I animated coming up. The short film is currently up for patrons, so if you want to support that way, I have been called that, Figl de Grack. I hope I'm saying that right. Fig 2 de Grack. I do a lot of behind the scenes background work. Also, is my mic too loud? How's my mic sounding? Am I okay? Is the volume okay? Anyway. So yeah, I'm going to play some Pathologic. Usual rules for my streams apply. You can donate to change the voices. I lowered the dono cost. Also, I technically have to redeem about 3 or 4 stream rewards because a bunch of people donated when I wasn't streaming. So I guess I have to do, let's see, I have to do the $100, the $300, the $400, the $500. I also go, okay, here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna go a little weird order. I'm gonna grab Killian. You're gonna get to watch Killian. Then I'm gonna do all of the, whatever, Artemis. Current voices. So while I'm grabbing Killian, if you want to hear the Tears and Rain speech from Blade Runner, the Lemon speech from Fall of the House of Usher, the funniest worst comment I've ever gotten, or The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe in a specific voice from the list, you can donate $10 and change Artemis' voice. And I will, because I have a lot of stream rewards that were redeemed while I was not streaming by people who are donating really kindly. Actually, no, I did the $100 when I was streaming. That's one last one. All right, so I've got 3 stream rewards to do. One sec. Void time. We're starting the stream with a void time. Alright, Killian's been such a good boy this week. I need you all to know that I had to do a still life, and I wanted to include Killian in the still life. And this little guy, unprompted, posed for it. Okay. Hey, buddy. Not in the mood? Here. Come say hi for 2 seconds. 2 seconds. That's all I ask. There you go. Getting scritches to make you happy. Right, now you can go if you want. I love you, Killian.
He's like, Mother, you've disturbed my napping. How dare.
Anyway. Yeah, I got stream rewards to redeem that were donated when I was not streaming. So, let's pull these up. Where's my book? I completely did not think about having to do rewards, but I do. We're gonna do Raven last, and remember, if you donate $10 to the Ko-Fi, you can decide what voice I'm using for these. So, because right now it's Jordan Peterson, and I'm not sure I want to hear the Raven in Jordan Peterson's voice. Someone donate, please. Okay. None of you are donating, so here you go. Here's the lemon speech from House of Usher in Jordan Peterson voice. The Chaos Dragon. Okay. I should probably pull up my Ko-Fi. One sec. God, I hate Jordan Peterson's voice. Wait, Miranda. Okay, I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. uh, waiting patiently. It's queer theory. But yeah, as soon as I'm through the stream rewards, we're gonna start. The game. I'll have two quick conversations, and it's mostly gameplay for a little bit, and that's when we'll talk about what I think more video essayists should be doing, what standards should look like on this platform, what should we expect of people who are amateurs versus people who are doing this professionally, those types of things. Because I do think that it's not a single. Oh, I'm not logged in. That's not. It's not showing up. Okay, 1 second. Do. Okay. Show me. Miranda said, anything with Jordan Peterson for the love of Space Luigi, dealer's choice. Okay. Dealer's choice. What is a voice I feel like doing right now? You know what? Fuck it. Joey Wheeler. Because I kind of want to read The Raven as Joey Wheeler. Hey, Yugi. You got any of that gender? When life hands you lemons, make lemonade. No. First you roll out a multimedia campaign to convince people lemons are incredibly scarce. Which only works if you stockpile lemons, control the supply, then a media blitz. Lemon is the only way to say I love you, Yugi. The must-have accessory for engagements or anniversaries. Gender. Roses are out. Lemons are in. Billboards that say she won't have sex with you unless you got lemons. You cut the beers in on it. Limited edition lemon bracelets. Yellow diamonds called lemon drops. You get Apple to call their new operating system OS Lemon. A little accent over the O. You charge 40% more for organic lemons, 50% more for conflict-free lemons. You pack the capital with lemon lobbyists. You get a Kardashian to suck a lemon wedge in a leaked sex tapes. Timothy Chalamet wears lemon shoes at Cannes. Get a hashtag campaign. Something isn't cool or tight or awesome. Nah, it's lemon. Did you see that movie? Did you see that concert? It was effing lemon. Billie Eilish. Oh my god, hashtag lemon. You get Dr. Oz, gender, you get Dr. Oz to recommend 4 lemons a day and a lemon suppository supplement to get rid of toxins, because there's... It's hard to read through your ass, Killian. Because there's nothing scarier than toxins. Then you patent the seeds, you write a line of genetic code that makes the lemons look just a little bit more like tits, and you get a gene patent for the tit lemon DNA sequence. You cross-pollinate. You get those seeds circulating in the wild. And then you sue the farmer for copyright infringement when that genetic code shows up on their land. Sit back, rake in the millions, and then when you're done and you've sold your lempire for a few $1 billion, then, and only then, you make some fucking lemonade. And that's what you do with lemons, Yugi. Oh my god, I'm about to have a conversation with the multiple executors, and both the executors and Artemy are Joey Wheeler, so it's gonna be Joey Wheeler talking to Joey Wheeler. Okay. A reminder, if you donate, you can choose what voices people have, just saying. Anyway, OS Lemon. God, that was fucking cursed. So for context, I am still working on the Usher essay. I'm pushing it off until I want to finish it so it can release when Flanagan's next film or TV show releases. So it'll be next year, but it's going to give me more time to properly research the Sacklers, to read some books I wanted to read on mental illness. Just do more research. Have higher standards. Wild concept. Because I don't want to just try to force it to be short. I've realized what the work is going to become, and it's just going to take the time that it's going to take. So yeah. So that was the lemon speech. What was the other stream rewards that I need to do? Oh, the funniest first comment I've ever gotten. Fuck. Comment. Weird comments. I love that I just have a document called weird comments that are funny for charity streams. Anyway, for context before I read this comment, this person's comment is on the video that Turb and I did on Jubilee. I think it was the first one of the two. So the person's being weird about both Turb and myself. So just be ready for that. But it's really funny weird. It's funny weird. Anyway, I technically just had it set to I will read the funniest first comment, so I don't have to do it in Joey Wheeler's voice, which is fun. Anyway.
One person's meat is another person's poison. Neutrality doesn't exist. Objectivity does not exist. If you don't like it, go to a different scene. But that's cool. Criticism produces clicks, which produces cold, hard cash. Cash, 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 cash. Ka-ching. If it bleeds, it leads. Good news is not news. YouTube channels are like the Roman circuses. Torture is fun. Big spurts of blood from a decapitated body is heaven. Perfection is the enemy of the good. Being smarter than everyone is such a North American thing. Your man comes from South Sudan, but I'm guessing that when he visits his ancestral country, the local people and his family think he's 100% North American. Brother, you were planted and grew in the soil, culture, etc. of North America, so how fucking confusing, eh?
It's so cursed. I hate that comment. It's so funny. Anyway, third stream reward, then we can actually get to the conversation that I started the stream with. I promise we're getting there. Just people were kind and donated, so I have to do the rewards. I have no idea, Fig. I have no idea. But I love that they sound like a weird supervillain, and they're clearly like all the way up their own behind. Anyway. Yugi, I see you transgender. I hate that the way I have to get into Joey Wheeler is saying, Yugi, you transgender. It's the only way I can do the voice. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, it's becoming Christopher Walken for some reason. Hey, Yugi. While I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of some gently rapping at my chamber door. 'Tis some visitor, I muttered, tapping at my chamber door, only this and nothing more. Distinctly I remember it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly, I wished the morrow. Vainly I had sought to borrow from my books surcease of sorrow. Hey, Sky, how are you doing? Sky, and if you want to come hang out, you're welcome to, by the way. I'm gonna, because I'd actually love to have you in on the convo. I'll just go in the Pathologic stream chat I was in, like, for the stream. Oh yeah, I can do John Mulaney. If you pay for $10, I'll do this in John Mulaney voice. It's very cursed. I was over on the bench, and I was bleeding. But yeah, if you pop into waiting, Sky, and if you want to come hang out and chat, because I'd love to have you in on the conversation about standards on YouTube. Just especially with your post on Tumblr, I really liked that post. Even if you don't have time to come hang out, would I have permission to read that post if I can go find it? Anyway. Eagerly I wished the Mara. Vainly I had sought to borrow from my books surcease of sorrow for the lost Lenore. Or the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore. Nameless here forevermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me. Oh, I'll add you back. No worries, go ahead. Very understandable, because there's always too many of those servers. Oh my god, Cloud P? Hey, Skyen. How's it going? I'm gonna make sure to change your nickname in the server so you pop up on the stream with your name. Okay. Alright, before I start again, Cloud P, if you pay $10, I will do Taylor Swift and John Mulaney voice, and I'll switch over Artemi Burak to John Mulaney. Because seriously, what was that Taylor Swift Time Magazine monologue? What was that? Anyway, I saw bits of it online, and I was like, what is happening? Oh, while we're discussing Taylor Swift, might I recommend Think Peace Tribe's video on Taylor Swift and white feminism, which I helped with. Sensitivity Reader on, and I also was interviewed for it. Anyway, Yugi, you transgender, and the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before, so that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, 'tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. Some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, that it is, nothing more. Presently, my soul grew stronger. Hesitating then no longer, sir, I said, or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore, but the fact is I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you. Here I opened wide the door, darkness there and nothing more. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before, but the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word Lenore. This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, Lenore? Merely this and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning, soon again I heard a tapping, something louder than before. Surely, said I, Athelius, you're a mod on YouTube, right? If you're not, I should make you. But if you are, do you want to just Thank you! Yes, thank you, Athelius. Surely that's something at my window lattice. Let me see, then, what thereat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart here be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind, and nothing more. Upon open here I flung the shutter, when, with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he, but with mine of lord or lady perched above my chamber door, perched upon a bust of palace just above my chamber door, perched and sat, and nothing more. Then this ebony bird, beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, by the grave and stirred decorum of the countenance it wore, though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou, I said, art sure no craven, ghastly, grim, and ancient raven wandering from the nightly shore? Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Blutanian shore. Quoth the raven, Nevermore. Much I marveled this ungainly fowl. Fuck. Joey Wheeler's hard to stay in, to hear discourse so plainly, though its answers little meaning, little relevancy bore, for we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast upon the sculptured bust above his chamber door, with his name is such as Nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on that placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing farther than he uttered, not a feather than he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, other friends have flown before, on the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before. Then the bird said, Nevermore! Startled at the stillness broken by reply so aptly spoken, doubtless, said I, what it utters is only shock and store, caught from some unhappy master, whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore, of nevermore. But the raven still beguiling all my sad soul into smiling straight, I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy unto fancy, thinking what his ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking nevermore. This I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining, on the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight gloated o'er. But whose violet lining, with a lamplight glowing o'er, she shall press nevermore. Then, methought, the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer, swung by seraphim whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried, thy God hath lent thee, but by these angels he hath sent thee respite. I should go get some water. 1 second. Respite and nepenthe from the... That's a different accent. Joey Wheeler, gender. Respite and nepenthe from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff, oh quaff this kind nepenthe, and forget this lost Lenore. Quoth the raven. Nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil. This is a different accent. I need to go grab water. My voice is slipping. Sky and entertain chat for 2 seconds. Sorry. Okay, I'm back. I've returned. Oh no, you can't hear Skyen? I can hear you now. Weird. Can people hear it now? Oh, someone donated. Thank you so much. Load. Sorry, my throat is being cruel and mean. Okay, Cloud P, you got it. Chat, can you hear Skyen now? Is my desktop audio not working? 1 sec. Yeah. Oh, it did the default device thing. Chat, can you hear it?
How about now?
Yeah, that should be working now. Hey, Tier, how's it going? Anyway. I'll do the last couple of lines to Raven. Sorry that the stream started so I forgot that I had all these chat rewards I had to do first. Thank you all for donating. And I'll do the thing in a second, Cloud P. Then we thought the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen... Oh, I already did that line. Prophet, said I, thing of evil? That was not the right voice. Joey Wheeler, gender. Prophet still, if bird or devil, whether temper sent or whether temper tossed thee here ashore, desolate, yet all undaunted, on this desert land, enchanted on this home by horror haunted, tell me, truly I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore, quoth the raven. That was a little bit John Mulaney. Nevermore. Apparently Joey Wheeler's the hardest. I've done this in so many different voices at this point, but apparently Joey Wheeler's the one that just breaks me. I can do Joey Wheeler perfectly fine until I have to read The Raven. Actually, wait, no, it is technically John Mulaney now because Cloud P changed the voice. Okay. Over on the bench. Prophet, said I, thing of evil. Oh, no, I already did that line. And I was eating raisins. Over on the bench, over on the bench. Be that word our sign of parting, birder fiend. I shrieked, upstarting. Get thee back into the tempest in the night's Plutonian shore. Boy, am I just mixing all the voices at this point. John Mulaney. John Mulaney. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart. So cursed. Over on the bench, take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off the door. Quoth the Raven, nevermore. And the Raven, never flittin', still is sittin'. John Mulaney still is sitting on the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, and his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplight o'er him streaming throws a shadow on the floor, and my soul from out the shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted, nevermore. That's so cursed. Okay, very quickly I will do this Taylor Swift Time Magazine thing.
Oh yeah, they made her person of the year or something, right? And all the men got really mad.
I hate that I can't just dislike her for being awful about a bunch of things.
Yeah,
without having
like
to also
the
be
normal
like,
celebrity reasons.
Stop the second. Fuck, I need to go. I can't find the speech. Whatever she says in it.
It's so fucking funny.
It's so funny. It's so absurd. It's actually comedic. I Taylor Swift. Can I find it? Is it possible for me to find it?
I googled what I remembered from it, and one of the articles is on AOL. Taylor Swift has always worn her cringe on her sleeve. That's why we love her.
No, that's oh. Okay, well, what's a part of the speech so I can find it in this giant Time article?
Making Horcruxes or gathering Horcrux.
Oh God, yeah. Horror. Okay. I'm gonna really quickly mute chat just because I need to hear. It's been a minute. I haven't been practicing my voice as much because I've just been animating. I've barely spoken much since I did my last stream other than like hanging out with. Okay, so I'm just gonna mute.
Oh.
Loose in a hospital. Like there's a horse. Okay. There we go. I've kind of found the voice again. Now they can hear you again, Scar. I'm collecting Horcruxes, she says. I'm collecting Infinity Stones. Gandalf's voice is in my head every time I put out a new one. For me, it's a movie now.
The thing she says earlier, too, is also, it's a goth punk moment of female rage at being gaslit by an
Oh, okay, no,
social
yeah, I
structure.
missed, oh, yeah. It's a goth punk moment of female rage at being gaslit by an entire social structure. I think a lot of people see it and they're just like, 6 snakes and strobe lights. Pain. Okay. I'm gonna very quickly get to the opening dialogue of this game, and then we're gonna actually discuss the topic that we're here to discuss. Oh my god. That Athelius, I genuinely wonder. I genuinely am wondering if she got ChatGPT to write that for her.
I think she's just cringe. Like, I think she's
She's
just
just
been
it's-
watching
it's-
a bunch of Netflix and shit during the pandemic, and she's just referencing things now.
Cringe that's all natural. Locally sourced natural cringe. I'm proud that Taylor read the first 10 sentences, but not the entire abstract of a single thing on feminism.
Yeah.
Taylor once was in a room with a feminist text.
Yeah. Yeah, she was once in a room with a feminist text and took like an Instagram photo next to it. With a little heart that she put out and made it the best-selling book of the year and never read a page of it.
It's so good. It's so good. Okay. Over on the bench. From this point forward, I'm the eldest member of the Burrock family. A Menku. I'm the heir to my father. Isidore Burrock, a warden of the kin, the supreme Menku of many years. The inheritance of my father will nourish my mind and my body alike. It is a question of life and death for me to claim it, for it will imbue my dissolute existence with reason. I am one of the Menku, those who know the lines, those who open up the body, those who link the earthly to the under-earth. The duty of the Menku is to serve the children of Bodo, to interpret coincidence, to point out decisions informed by wisdom. The very reason of my existence is to carry out this duty. Who will I become if I will fail to bind my destiny with my father's calling? Day 1, in which the Haruspex turns from a rightful heir into a dangerous criminal. Welcome to your hometown, Warden! It's been a long time since you've been here. You probably don't even remember the spicy odor of twire in the air. Yeah. Do you know why you were attacked? No! You've been mistaken for another person. They're looking for a murderer. A very important and well-respected man was killed last night. The townsfolk love the deceased more fervently than some children love their fathers. Don't be too hard on them for their outburst. I'll have to mix with them somehow, though. They're naive! In towns like this, reputation's everything. Books are judged by their covers here. Even after the last page is turned, no one's gonna examine you in detail. A minor rumor here, a gossip there, and you're a public enemy already. You got zero reputation. The only option available to you is living with the consequences of this. But what should I do? Restore your reputation. Do that now, and at any other time it becomes too low. People are foolish and weak. One day you've beaten to a pulp and laughed at, the next you worshipped. As for the third day, well, I think you caught my drift. What I'm saying is, any misdeed can be atoned for, and you'll be loved just as fervently as you were hated. How do I restore my reputation? Do good deeds. The town's small, rumors spread like fire. Growing hundredfold in the process, and they're spread by children too, so your reputation will be restored, just don't be wasteful with it. It is fragile. What makes it low? The decrease of your reputation depends first and foremost on the number of living beings you've made less than living. It also depends on how you influence the people whose fates are bound to yours. You'll meet those special people. They're called the bound sometimes. Silly custom, but a useful one. Special people? 30 or so, each of them possessing their own unique traits. All of them hate one another. All of them are habitual liars. All of them deserve to live. Yet some of them are incompatible. Someone has to die so that another may live, and you know what that means. How will I recognize these people? That's not too hard. They're striking personalities, locally famous, even though not all of them are noble descent. Beggars, outcasts, little children even. Bound to be a bit closer to perfection than the common crowd. I see. Thanks for the advice. Or, I don't like you. You're putting on quite an impressive airs. I'm picking that one because it's funnier. The fun thing about playing Haruspex after you play Bachelor is that he speaks like a normal human being, and not Daniil. So don't worry, we will get plenty of Danielle in this route in a bit.
So, Borak, you're almost dead. Got a few more minutes left to live. I'm here to solemnly announce that. Over on the bench, not much can be done on such short notice. Well, you've been hit on the head several times. And the locals have heavy fists. Not sure you've noticed already, but you got 4 stab wounds, one of them seemingly rather grievous. Massive blood loss, too, and the local climate doesn't allow for too much strain. Any heart conditions? Aren't you a funny guy? Well, your heart is in a sorry state. Am I wrong to suspect you haven't eaten for a couple of days and had no sleep last night? Your expression betrays you. Your hunger and exhaustion are also critical. I wonder which of these unfortunate afflictions will become the end of you first. So what's your plan? What would you recommend? You'll need a first aid kit to restore your health, or at least some bandages or tourniquets. They'd stop the bleeding. Painkillers would help you make it even further. Where do I get them? You can mug the passers-by or barter with them. Children will gladly trade most valuable things in exchange for what others consider junk. Moreover, our drunkards usually have bandages on them. When you're a drunk, it makes sense to always be prepared for a fight. When they're hungover, however, they'd sell their own sister for a bottle of water. Water's scarce here. Is that enough to make it to the evening? You're also hungry, aren't you? I'll make do!
These voices are so similar in this conversation.
You don't have to mug people to sate your hunger. Food can be found in shops. Although your reputation would preclude you from enjoying their hospitality. On the other hand, a whole warehouse of meat was robbed yesterday, when it was unlocked for shipping procedures. What's hurt my reputation so much? An unfortunate misunderstanding. I wouldn't be so rash as to call it slander, but it looks very much like it. Tell me about it. My friend would do it better, that's his part. My job's explaining to you how to keep your body in working condition. I know basic anatomy, all right. Spare me your advice.
Okay, we're gonna loot these bodies, and now we can chat. Also, knife. Yay. So, to be honest, I'm Barak. It doesn't make a lot of sense to... Should be other bodies around here. There it is. Anyway, Skyen, how are you doing? Can you hear me? Oh no, is Discord not working? If you are chatting, I think you are muted on Discord. Anyway, we're gonna chat about YouTube.
Yay!
Wee! And I wanted you on here because I think you've already said some really valuable stuff about this on Tumblr. You and I have talked about similar things in the past, and I just thought it would be an interesting conversation because of the everything that's going on.
I mean, that video just derailed the entire side of the internet that I'm on.
Oh, it's great. I love it.
It's like all anyone was talking about for a while there.
What I find funny is that, like... So, a year and a bit back, James pulled a bunch of bullshit. I'm not going to relitigate stuff. I'm not really interested in drama or whatever. He lied a bunch, tried to get people to harass Jesse, and I did get a decent chunk of his audience to do so. Also harassed Princess Weeks, like a dozen other people. Sarah Zed, Lady Emily, and Nicholson. A few others. I'm trying to think of all of them. A non-small number of people that are queer women specifically, and I do think it's worth noting that it was queer women that he was harassing. And yeah, so about 2 weeks before that kicked off, James and his co-writer put out what I think might be one of the worst attempts at discussing asexuality I've ever seen. From people thinking they were being supportive, in which they claimed that ace people don't experience violence, said that all ace people have sex and want sex.
What?
Oh yeah, they made a joke about every ace person's a slut. It was really awful and reinforces the exact type of thing that gets sex first ace people sexually assaulted. Thanks.
Oh my fucking god. I did not see that one.
So the thing is, I'd stopped watching them ages before because James Somerton, I liked the first couple of videos when he basically wasn't saying any of his own thoughts and he was just ripping off these books that were good. The books were good. Like, the books were good. He plagiarized them. I didn't realize they were plagiarized. Yes, Tyr. Somerton is an incel. He sounds like an incel. He totally does.
Yeah, he kind of has that gay incel energy to him.
We'll talk about that in a second because I'm not going to talk about the details, but I have some real life experiences with cis gay men that reflect the same views as Somerton that, like, genuinely damaged women's careers. Like, yeah. It's a thing. It's an issue. Misogyny among cis gay men, which I'm glad that I was cis queer men here to just talk about it so people can get mad at me. But, we should talk about that too, but anyway, so yeah, like, I investigated, I found maybe a tenth of what H-Bomb found, but I was just like, this is enough for me to be like, fuck this guy. I informed people in a couple of different spaces. I think I might have posted about it, but I wasn't interested in doing like a drama thing. I just was like, I shared what existed, but I was also off Twitter at the time. Blue Sky didn't exist yet. So a lot of people missed that I shared this stuff around, unfortunately. But I shared it in Discord servers. I shared it in some SES Discords. So people have known for a while in spaces, but no one had kind of compiled any sort of major look at it. But I think what's important to understand, and what's this conversation, like, absolutely, I have some personal grudges with Somerton because he was a piece of shit to people I care about, and personally tried to attack and damage the career of my co-writer and myself, right? Like, by lying, which is, yeah. So I'm not gonna really go over the thing, but I think a lot of people are starting to turn this into, wow, James Somerton is terrible, and not James Somerton is representative of an issue inherent to the YouTube system and what algorithmic pressures cause people to do and how business people view art. James Somerton is not unique. James Somerton has the same mentalities that certain executives at Warner Brothers and stuff have, right? That like,
I think he specifically is like, I think his psychology specifically is very much one of, he saw that like queer video essayists were sort of getting social capital and were seen as like, these are like thought leaders or whatever, and he craved that position of authority because that seemed like he seemed to be really sort of reaching for that a lot, of positioning himself as someone who can sit in judgment of the rest of the queer community, of white women, of trans people, of ace people. Like, he wanted to sit in judgment.
Yeah. No, I think you see it a lot in the way that he tried to hierarchy of oppression things as well.
Yeah.
Like, the way he twisted reality to try to say that he as a white cis gay man was the most oppressed person ever. There's so many, there's like a dozen topics that spin out of this conversation, really, because there's so many things that he did wrong. And when you add in Todd in the Shadows video, and because I obviously had no interest in looking at his attempts to talk about the Holocaust, for people who don't know, I did a lot of help on Lady Knight's video, The Gray Zone, The Holocaust is Not a Metaphor. I think it's a video that pretty much everyone should watch, mandatory viewing. It's been presented in a lot of university courses on the Holocaust. That is how good it is, genuinely. Like, it is that good. So I'm not interested in hearing someone I already didn't have any respect for and knew was a plagiarist poorly talk about something that a friend of mine has made incredibly quality work about. So I didn't know about like all the weird lies he made up about topics related to that are fucked. I don't even know how to process that. The theft of $60,000 through scam, like Kickstarter scam, was wild too. There's so many things. Stealing from dead activists who died from AIDS really upsets me at a visceral core level. So yeah, I hate all of that stuff. Not great, but I think the conversation to be had here, the conversations in general, like there's the overview of that stuff, but I think the conversations that are far more valuable to have right now are about the actual, like, the topics. How do people treat the standards on YouTube? How do people make sure that they're being aware of when they're being strict and things? I will. So I'm going to do this conversation first, and then I'm going to talk about how I don't think that my early work really stands up to the standards that it should, and an actual false statement I made in a video. That I in my pinned comment on that video, I have a retraction. I'm going to talk about it in an upcoming video as well, just to make it very, very clear. And it was an honest mistake. It wasn't caught by me. It wasn't caught by my sensitivity readers. And it wasn't caught by the video essayist I got it from. Like, I got the idea from this other person. I just never questioned it because you'll see why. So, very quickly, I'm talking to Notkin. I don't know if Notkin has a voice. Reminder chat, if you donate, you can select. Notkin doesn't have a voice, so I'm just going to give him a generic kid voice. But yeah, if you donate, you can decide the voices. A new face in our small society. A fighter. A doctor. Fuck. A doctor? Gee, we've already got a doctor already. Quite unexpectedly, too. You haven't had one like me.
Where's my cat again?
You're not one of Grief's men, are you? Who's this Grief? That Grief's the kingpin of the criminal world. He has a lair in the northern warehouses, where he trades in weapons, twirine, and other nastiness. Every murderer and criminal has a connection to him in one way or another. That's the way it goes here. And that's why I'm asking you again, were you on your way to him or not? Do I look like a criminal to you? Some people came running through the warehouses a few minutes ago. They told everyone that a horrible killer, the whole town's apparently already out to get him, had tried to escape by train, got ambushed, killed everyone, and was now going back here. And so now I'm thinking, were they perhaps talking about you? The reason I sound like John Mulaney, Adam, is because chat donated to make Artemy Burak John Mulaney. It's a misunderstanding. I came from far away and I got attacked. Okay then, you do look like you've been through a lot. We'd like to help you, but we've been robbed too, and as bad luck would have it, it's the medicine that's been snatched. Leica, that bastard, he's a traitor, a thief, a thug, and a prick. Who are you talking about? Leica? The name's fits. The prick's a natural-born bootlicker. I can't even figure out who he sold it out to. The thieves, the dogheads. He's stolen the most precious thing from us, from his mates, the bastard, and on top of that, he's done it right when a war's about to start. A war? A war with the dogheads. That stinking bastard, that heartless, soulless little rat. Stole the most precious thing we owned, murdered a friend, and ran over to the enemy's side. We used to think he was one of us. Was he pretending all along? He deserves to die, to be killed. Where is he now? He's probably with his thieving buddies. At first he hid in the steppe, and then he just vanished. Probably took a roundabout to evade us. We lost him near the barrow. Then we had to run away because the thieves appeared all of a sudden. If you find this bastard, do cut him into pieces. Please? You mean kill him? Yes, the bastard doesn't deserve to live anymore. I'll give you my revolver as a gift then. One thing, though, if he's with a dog, don't touch it. One must never hurt dogs. All right, I'll have a chat with him if I find him. We're not actually gonna kill him, but I do like how this game genuinely makes you question, should I kill a child to survive? The beauty of pathologic. I don't know who's chasing me, but this is gonna be fun. Okay. Let's see if I can get But yeah, so a few years back I made a video called Matrix Intrinsically Trans. Watching another video essayist, I had heard that the mouse glitch again, that the Wachowskis were Jewish. I didn't question this because why would I question that, right? Absurd thing to question. Weird, and the same thing happened to the video essayists that I'm talking about. I'm not going to put them under the bus here.
Yeah, I sleep when I'm dead.
But yeah, so I knew that from that source. I trusted that this video essayist, who's very good about citing things, very good about sourcing things, right? But they made a mistake, and I made a mistake too. And all of my sensitivity readers, we all made the same mistake. It was wrong. It was incorrect. I should have verified that. And I've become more stringent about really double-checking things than I used to be. But the point is, even if you try to hold yourself to a high standard, you're inevitably going to make a mistake. And I think this is why you need to, A, be able to own those mistakes. I'm owning it right now. I'm going to own it in an upcoming video that I have planned. and I've intended to put it into a video where it made sense. And I'm planning on doing a video called How to Make a Video Essay, where I'm going to discuss writing techniques, how to apply media, like lenses to media, how to cite your sources and actually read research, that sort of thing. But I thought it'd be good to have a timely conversation right now. And yeah, so I've made mistakes. I've fucked up. Full admittance. I'm sure I'll make some mistake again in the future, and I bet if I went back and watched my first 2 videos, I've made some statements in there that I wouldn't stand by now, you know? And to be honest, I wouldn't have figured out the stuff with the Wachowskis if someone hadn't left a comment in my comment section, trying to correct me. The comment was pretty rude, so I ignored them at first, but then it stuck in my head and I went and researched it. And I was like, oh, wow. But, I think you can tell a lot about someone if they own their mistakes, and I think a lot of the YouTube algorithm disincentivizes owning mistakes.
Oh yeah.
So
Like
heavily.
YouTube is very. There's a thing about Somerton is like like people in the aftermath of him being exposed this way. Like there's been a lot of this like, how could it, like those videos? Oh, those were shit videos. They weren't even very good. How could he ever get subscribers? And it's like partly because even though his delivery was about as disengaged and bored as it could possibly be, he was saying words written by people who meant them extremely sincerely and who put a lot of heart and soul into like create. That's what I always thought about him is that like, my God, this man has no delivery, but he sure can write a sentence. Except of course he couldn't. But YouTube as a system is designed specifically to reward volume. Like that's the whole system is set up this way that the more you produce, even if it's crap, if there is a lot of it, then YouTube is going to give you many chances to get in front of whatever audience would like to watch the thing that you're making, even if it's not great. And that's how he got his subscribers. He just kept putting out video upon video upon video upon video of
I
just
call it
high
a
enough
lottery,
quality.
right? And the more times you roll the dice, you make a bet, etc., the more likely you are to get a hit. And
Exactly.
the thing that people don't realize too is when you get a hit, it impacts all your other videos, which then increases the statistical likelihood of you getting another one. And Somerton was able to output a lot of well-written, because it wasn't his words, other people wrote them, stuff in the same way that Illuminati did, in the same, like, all of these people that H-Bomb talks about. And I know for a fact there are other people out there, because Kat, H-Bomb's producer, has set up a Reddit thread for people to share instances of plagiarism. And yeah, so one thing that's, it's, I would say, like, your first hint, if there's something off about a video essayist, is they don't cite their sources clearly. And at this point, I'm going to be very direct. I think we should, Tyr, I can send you the Reddit thread. I read a few, but there's so much. I think, so from my understanding, I think Kat and H-Bomber can, okay, I found the post. I'm going to share it in chat. Also they're asking for recommendations of queer artists. Please recommend small queer video essayists. You don't need to recommend me, because of something.
Yes, you do. Recommend
that I can't talk about. Well, I mean,
I am
you can do that too. That's very nice, but but yeah, so I know that there's people in that comment section that have shared instances of people plagiarizing things. They've also shared more instances of James Somerton stuff that wasn't caught. Yeah, exactly, Tyr. But like generally, if someone is not citing their sources, if they don't have decent source pages, and a good example of not doing a good job is Illuminati's just like wall of links. And some of my earliest videos are kind of like that. Full admittance, I'm planning on going back when I'm home for Christmas, because I'll have more free time. I'm gonna go back and fix a lot of my older videos. Actually, someone requests that I update my Midnight Mass sources to be a little bit more legible. So like, I'm calling myself out here too. my earlier stuff not up to my current standards. I'm going to try to go back and fix them, but I think that like even if someone has their sources but they're doing them poorly, so I genuinely think that we should be expecting essayists beyond the amateurs, and I was an amateur at one point, right? Like, I think amateurs, I'm a little more lenient. You should be extra critical if someone isn't doing those things properly or well enough, but I'm a little bit more lenient with, like, you know, a 17-year-old that's just trying to make something cool for the internet. It's their first try, whatever. I'm not
It is
too...
a thing of, like, citing sources is a skill that you have to learn. Like, I did a whole course on it in university to learn how to do it exactly and correctly and trace things backwards.
No,
and, we didn't fucking know that coming out of high school.
You don't know that coming out of high school. I have an academic background. Hell, one of my essays is literally an academic paper that I got over 90% on. Bechdel is in the format that it was released on YouTube, because I got permission from my WGST teacher, like my prof, to submit a video essay. So Bechdel is actually an academic paper. So I can say very confidently, because my professor went through my sources and said, yes, you did this properly, right? That I am holding myself to an academic standard of citing sources, basically from queer relativity onwards. And I am going to continue doing that in the future. With that said, I'm also going to give you some recommendations on how to do that. First, if you read anything, if you discuss even if you don't end up using it, I want you to put it in a document. You're going to have one document for your script and one document for your sources, and you are going to keep that list of sources, because you might forget. You might forget that you got this idea from reading something. Sure, you're not plagiarizing the words one for one or anything, but you got the idea from it, even if because you read it 2 months ago and you forgot about it, and then you come back and you're like, oh yeah, I had this idea. You didn't have that idea, you learned that idea from one of those sources. So, all your sources, including just the shit you read, should go in a document. When you get close to release, you're going to go through and you're going to use either MLA or APA or another standardized, well-recognized method of bibliography. That is what I recommend. At the very minimum, I think, is including title, author, date, date of release. I think that's the very, very, very minimum if you're not going to follow MLA or APA. But seriously, there's auto-bibliography websites. They'll do the work for you. You can literally just put in the title. It'll fill in most of it, and you might need to Google a little bit or double-check the document to make sure you have everything. True, Flourishcaster, Chicago, if you're a saint. But yeah, like, you should be... If you're going to put out a work of some sort, you should probably be treating it like, you know, a work. And frankly, I think it is disrespectful to yourself to not see it as valuable enough to have professionalism. I think that is a disrespect of the self. I think it is disrespect of the craft. I think it is disrespect of your viewership. And again, I am calling out early Aeronautic Essayist 2. I'm calling myself out here too, because my first couple of essays, while they didn't have a lot of research, don't have that type of stuff. Yeah, exactly, Anthony. The Citation Machine. There's a ton of free things online that will help you do this. Purdue OWL is great. Do not... Yeah. Correct, Flourishcaster. Frankly, do not use ChatGPT full stop. If you want explanations for why, Skyen and I made a video together, actually. Ages ago. Well, I consulted on the script, but...
It was helpful consulting, too, because I wanted to be sure that I would, like... I had to talk about machine learning shit, and I wanted to be sure I wasn't talking completely out my ass.
Because I am actually a machine learning expert. Fun fact. And I'm constantly angry all the time at the disrespect of people misusing my
you're just
fucking
jealous
field of
that
study.
you don't get to build the new digital god of our age.
It's not going to be a god. It's just going to be a disaster. But yeah, ChatGPT is good for nothing. Yes, tier. You should create words that fuck. This other voice is TB Skyen. TB Skyen is one of my favorite art analysts? Critics? I don't know what to call you. I just love the way you analyze art. I learned so much about art history. If everybody wants my recommendation for a recent Skyen video, I really, really loved Grief in Art. Grief in Art was so good. I just want to say that.
I am glad you liked it. That video came out of me just feeling shit and be like, I want to look at some paintings that make me cry.
And actually, speaking of plagiarism and a complete disregard for ethics, that is what ChatGPT represents. So to explain, all machine learning relies on its input and parameters, right? All machine learning, whether it's neural nets, whether it's simple stuff. There you go. All of it relies on input. And I want to be clear, there is a lot of machine learning tools that are ethically done. I have worked on ethical things. I have had, because I worked in research. My name is on a paper. The only reason it hasn't been published yet is that we literally cannot find enough qualified people to peer review. That's not a joke. we have some peer review, and the peer review that we do have has been very, very positive, with a pretty minimal... with pretty minimal feedback. So like, we know the paper's good. It's just trying to find, because it's such a niche topic. It has to do with pandemic spread simulation. God, the start of my pandemic was so depressing. I had to work on the research. I had to get up to speed fast. So I had to read about like 62, 63 papers. I think that took me about a month, because like reading research papers is a job. It takes a lot of, you need, like, to really understand it, you have to really dig into a lot of stuff, and because it's such a new field, and anyway, I can't talk a lot about it because the paper hasn't been published, so it's always frustrating because I want to talk about it, then I can't. So I just kind of have to sit on it. But yeah, so I've worked in research. I do actually know a lot about these things. So what makes things like ChatGPT fundamentally unethical is how they collect data. I don't even care, like without getting to the output, which I have issues with the output, and that's a whole other thing. But the simple fact is they will just steal other people's stuff, and at times they have been shown to be directly plagiarizing entire chunks of other people's work. My friend decided to do a test, also machine learning expert, mostly works in bioinformatics. Anyway, my friend decided to do a test to examine just how badly, because they wanted to understand why students they were teaching were doing silly shit, and they were like, it's probably ChatGPT. It's probably ChatGPT. I'll probably return to pathologic in a bit, but we're just going to chat about this, I think. It's probably ChatGPT. So what she decided to do was input her own research paper, because she obviously understands her own research paper. And what ChatGPT outputted sounded, like as a summary of it, sounded right, sounded good. And the only reason that she and her research team were so easily able to like figure out that it wasn't is because they're expert on the topic. And even then it was confusing. And it was hard to dig into, because it literally will invent sources that don't exist. It will and the thing is, these shitty art regurgitation algorithms are getting worse because they're taking their output and putting it in as input, which is I'm gonna make a comparison. It's a little bit like having an extremely incestuous population amongst rats. And the reason I'm making this comparison is that evolutionary science is actually the basis for a lot of the statistics that we use for machine learning. A lot of machine learning is basically really complicated statistical models based on evolution, where we alter the DNA of the output until it outputs something we want, right? But the thing is, if you put in your output as input, you get repeating errors. The likelihood of errors from the previous pass getting replicated increases. So at every stage, if you were to input, like, and there are visuals on, I'm not sure if I can easily find them, that you can find that demonstrate how this degenerates a model. But basically, when you input so we get our baseline data. The baseline data is correct. We're using it as training data. There's training data, there's testing data. I'm trying to keep this really simple, but it's hard to. The training data goes in, you get an output that you want, right? But if you have these generative models that are regurgitating stuff, but with smaller, like with they're always going to have errors. Like, you literally cannot make machine learning stuff that doesn't have errors. It's impossible. It's just inherent to how it functions, and it's too complicated to quickly explain because, again, I had to go through 4 fucking years of university to get to the point of understanding machine learning. Machine learning is a 400 level course that is simultaneously taught to master's students and undergraduates, and it's a pretty tough course for undergraduates.
Yeah, but you know what? I have a bachelor's in marketing. I'm pretty sure I can figure it out. Company.
So basically, you get these errors right in the output, which is fine within a certain degree. But then you put the output in the input, and the errors replicate, and they expand, and they get worse and worse and worse and worse. And what's actually great is that certain people have designed things to purposefully degenerate these programs. by tainting artists' work, so the artist's work still looks close enough.
Yeah, it's called Glaze and like
I'm in
Nightshade.
Canada for context,
like
Fane. Yeah, it's a Canadian thing. The Glaze program lets artists basically make it so our art can't be as easily stolen, and it will fuck up their training data. And it doesn't massively damage the visuals of our art, but it introduces that like 1% to 2% error. And that 1% error starts really messing with the entire thing. So, it's a little bit like making an epigenetic disease and introducing it into a population.
Which is cyberpunk as fuck.
Yeah, no, we're talking about machine learning when you get into it because it's so cool. I love my field. Anyway, yeah, fourth year undergrad, but it's a simultaneous 800 course as well. Anyway, yeah, so don't use those things. Those things are inherently plagiarism. If you use them, you are plagiarizing. Full stop. Full stop. You are plagiarizing. Like,
yeah, because it's the plagiarizing engine that plagiarizes things for you, like
Yeah.
very efficiently.
again,
Plagiarizes
I am
things
oversimplifying, but speaking of standards, yeah, if you're using ChatGPT, if you're using Midjourney, if you're using any of those things, you are unethical. Full stop. You have participated in the theft of artists' work. And this isn't about copyright. I don't give a shit about copyright. I don't believe in copyright law. This is about respect for other artists, and this is about credit. And I believe in credit. Even if we got rid of all copyright law tomorrow, I think you would still have to credit. I believe that very strongly. If I made let's say tomorrow, all copyright disappears, and I decide that I'm going to make a Lord of the Rings based thing, I would still credit the original creation of Lord of the Rings and its characters to J.R.R. Tolkien. Full stop. I think it is egregious and vile to take others' work and not credit them. And the thing is, we have perfect examples of how to do this. Fan fiction is this. Fan fiction is always inherently crediting the original work. It's very openly stating, I am taking this thing and I'm doing my own thing with it. And that's fine. I love remixing. I think copyright is bullshit. My argument is not about copyright. My argument is about ethics, sourcing, and respect for artists and creators. That's it. Because even if we get rid of all copyright, you would still need to cite your sources. And again, like I'm saying this as someone who just made a fucking animated Star Wars film. We credit at the end of the end credits of that. All the characters and everything comes from Disney and Lucas. Like, I don't believe in copyright. I don't care about it. I think it's bullshit. I think it negatively affects artists on YouTube pretty heavily. But I believe really strongly in citing your sources. I believe really strongly in crediting where things come from. And I think that you should wear your influences on your sleeve. I talk about my influences all the time. I'm heavily influenced by a lot of other essayists. Now, heavily biased towards the people I directly work with, like Lady Night the Brave, David J. Bradley, Turb, Bellamy, FD Signifier, Colormind, Bibabella, The Leftist Cooks. You know, these are all people I work with and influence my work. But there's other people that influence my work, and who I think people should be watching, and I shout out their shit, and I think they're great. You know, Breadsword is I really love his work. I think it's great art analysis that's extremely emotional and vulnerable and connective. I really adore Jacob Geller's work. I think that Who's Afraid of Modern Art is mandatory viewing, and I probably wouldn't have considered doing certain things that I've done with weird structures if I hadn't seen Jacob play with structure in the way that he did. Sophie from Mars directly influenced queer relativity. Her use of Dr. Manhattan and that style of time thing, and Alan Moore both directly influenced queer relativity, right? The Dr. Manhattan method of non chronologically discussing time. But I openly, directly state in that video where I got those ideas from. I wear it right on my sleeve, just like H Bomber Guy talks about in his video. So we should view art as a collaborative community that builds off of each other. But to do that, you have to cite your sources. You have to explain who influences you, and you have to support it. I'll give an example from a book that I really love. I really love the Locked Tomb series. The Locked Tomb series was written by Tamsin Muir, who is heavily influenced by Homestuck. And she used to write Homestuck fanfic. There you go. There's an example of someone who openly wears their influences on their sleeve in other forms of art. I think, weirdly enough, a lot of game designers are really good about this, because a lot of game designers will explain what their game is by saying, like, oh, it's like this style and this gameplay, and I was influenced in these ways. So yeah, that's another, I guess that's my other big advice, is just actually acknowledge where you get things from. You're not an island. Ever. And one of my favorite things ever is when someone tells me that my art influenced how they make art. That makes my heart grow 3 sizes that day. You know, it makes me so happy. If I have ever influenced you into creating something or doing something, yay, awesome, great. If you have ever made something and you want to quote one of my videos, whatever, as long as you credit me, I'm perfectly happy about it. To shout out another person who I think does really great work on the platform, Pamphleteer, who is currently in the chat and is fucking awesome. I saw Legal Kimchi in here. Legal Kimchi holds himself to a really good quality of standard in my opinion. Yeah, exactly, Athelius. It doesn't cost anything to give a shout out or show somebody some love. Yes, and the thing is, and this is the other thing that red flagged me on James Somerton before I noticed the misogyny. He was not in community with other artists. He was not in community with other queer people.
I never heard him shout out anyone or anything ever.
Ever. Also, I'm going to really quickly share Legal Kimchi's most recent video that I think is absolutely brilliant. And also, so he's talking about how TTRPGs, especially D&D, get things wrong about how religion functions. And he actually interviewed the creator of the Forgotten Realms, Ed Greenwood. Which, apparently Ed Greenwood makes YouTube videos and is very chill and cool about marginalized people. So I'm like, yay. It is nice to know that someone who made something I like is chill, considering how many people involved in D&D are not.
Yeah. So,
yeah, like I think there's a lot of these beautiful, wonderful, awesome things going on, and yeah, like I don't know, I think about community a lot. I don't know if you could tell. Community all the time. And I'm always considering how to uplift people and support people and things. I hang out in a video essayist Discord that is very specifically for people who are just kind of starting out or getting into the space, called the Essay Library. Everybody there is like wonderful. It's a public Discord. I'll share the link if you want to go in there. Just like, you know, be respectful and supportive of other people. And the goal of that space, the explicit goal of that space, and I'm going to connect this back to I need to go find it. One sec. I'm going to go find the link. But the Essay Library is super chill, really lovely people. The mods are Video Essay Library, I think it is the name of it. There we go. I got the link. Yeah, so like it is a space for people that are trying things out, and a lot of the channels are literally just dedicated to asking questions and getting advice on how to do things, like editing, like writing, and Like, some of the mods are professors at universities, and so the space is very encouraging of the type of standards. And we've been having, part of why I wanted to have this public conversation is that we've been having this conversation in that space, and we've been having this conversation in more private video essay discords that are generally more like established channels that are pretty controlled on who enters and doesn't. Because it's nice to have a space where you can talk about having an audience, dealing with harassment, those types of things. And in that space, we also constantly support each other with writing feedback, with editing feedback, with advice. We have channels dedicated to asking questions about how to make things, because knowledge should be communal, and everyone deserves to be paying it forward. Yeah, so I just think it's really like the things that really stick out to me when people are probably doing questionable things is are they citing their sources, and are they in community? Because if they're not in community, that tells you something about them. That tells you something about how they view other creators. And this comes back to I saw a meme that was like one sec. I sent it to my friend. I'm gonna go find it. It's really funny. It's the one with like the kid like researching on the internet. But in the middle is H Bomber guy busting through the wall and like a giant wall of text, and then the kid.
Oh yeah,
on
then
the
I
computer
understand. My life goal is to kill Tommy Tallarico.
again. Yeah, but someone made one which is, can anyone tell me about plagiarism on YouTube? Giant text. You're absolutely correct. It is now my life mission to kill all business majors.
I saw that one. It's a good one.
It's so funny. So, like, but the point is that the mentality of business majors to view art as a commodity, as a piece of content, and nothing else, to
Yeah.
denigrate
It's
what you are.
an asset that exists to
Yeah.
drive profit. And like that's the thing about like that's the capitalist brain thing, is that thing of like all things exist as a means to profit, whereas a human perspective is that profit exists as a means to making more useful good things.
Yeah, and ideally we wouldn't have to deal with profit at all, but
Yeah, it would be nice. It would be nice.
so yeah, like I think that it's just important to be considering these things. Is, do you have a communal mindset? Do you have a collectivist mindset? Or do you have a competitive mindset? Are you building a community of strength or a community of vulnerability? And to me, I try really hard in all of the spaces I'm involved with to create a community of vulnerability, right? Which is one where people can express their needs and their feelings and stuff, and others can help them because of that. In a community of strength, and this gets back to the whole thing we were talking about people not admitting fault, and like the algorithmic pressure to not admit fault, that is a capitalist mindset. That is a part of community of strength. And when you view everyone else as a competitor that you need to beat, you start objectifying them to some degree. Which, that might be a bit of a controversial take, but I believe it. I believe it really strongly. Like, I think when you view people as things that you need to shove down, the crab in a bucket mentality, versus I am trying to be the best that I can be, and I will achieve that if everyone can be the best that they can be. Collective, right? I was a competitive athlete for years in rowing, and one of my favorite things about the rowing community, at least where I am, because the rich people from BC were not like this, and but like I all of our like where I am, all of our boats are pretty much exclusively paid for by grants because our athletes do well, and tiny teams and just hard work. People literally driving in from the farm every morning, early in the morning, to come train. But yes, we were all competing with each other in a way, but it was very much the mentality of, I'm trying to do the best that I can do, and I want them to do the best that they can do, and we're going to push each other. And like, I will never forget being at Canada Games and finishing my pair final, and we got to the dock, and everyone was just so happy with the race they had done. We were hugging each other. That is not the thing that you do if you start viewing other people as these competitive. I'm from Saskatchewan, not BC. When you stop viewing other people as something that you need to defeat, but rather as their own unique individuals that are doing their own journey and they're on their own process, and they might be markers for some where you want to be eventually. You can get a lot healthier. So I'm not saying you should never be competitive, but there's a big difference between competitive and having a mindset that everyone else is a competitor to be defeated. Like, those are two separate things. I love being competitive. I'm a competitive person. I played Pathologic and decided I was gonna be really good at it, and I got like 600,000 gold when I streamed it last month when I did Bachelor's Route. You know, I am absolutely a competitive person, but if your mindset is about defeating others versus like self-improvement, and the best way to improve yourself is to also make sure that everyone else is improving themselves as much as possible, of uplifting each other and of viewing each other as a community and not as disparate individuals, you're just going to have a lot healthier thing. And I think that genuinely James Somerton saw other queer people, other queer artists, as something to be dominated. Yes, that's a good way of putting it, Orthodox. Competition over domination. Yeah. But even it's not about necessarily competition, it's about building each other up and developing as much as possible. I see sport as a very complicated set of things. As a coach, as a former athlete, I can't work out anymore because of my chronic illness, but fuck, do I miss it. But I worked as a coach for a long time, and like, sport is about community. Healthy sport community is uplifting and supportive and often very diverse. Good way. Yes, tier. Perfect. Yes. Pamphleteer just said, you look at the memoirs of people who knew Bill Gates, and in public it was competition, in private it was domination. Absolutely. And when we start viewing things as a hierarchy, we create that mindset. And I think James wanted to be the king.
Yeah. Like, he wanted to sit in judgment a lot. Like, that's the thing I notice about, like, because it was those little snipes and gripes he inserted. Like, the little bits of original writing he ever did in his videos was sniping, like, white straight women was his favorite target, but also, like, oh yeah, tender queers, and like these like, and it's not that he had a persistent theory of, like, who was bad or who was problematic, just that he liked having a target for some level of ire. And like, white straight women was a convenient target for him because there's a lot of justified antipathy towards a certain kind of white straight woman in queer communities. So he preyed on that.
Yeah, and Orthodox just said, it's not enough to succeed, others must fail. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, and again, we are using this stuff as an example. Somerton is not unique. Somerton should not be viewed as some unique bad that needs to be halted, but rather as representative of these systemic pressures and behaviors. Like, he was virulently sexist. And that's what, that was the thing that I noticed first and stopped watching him because of it. And I think if I had kept watching, I probably would have noticed the plagiarism more easily, because there was something off about it. And now that I know, like, it's one of those things where you don't know in the moment, but like, now
in
I
hindsight,
understand.
very clear that he doesn't understand what he's saying. That he's just saying the things that he's copy pasted into his script.
I thought he was just bad at delivery. I'm gonna be perfectly honest.
Yeah, that's the same thing. I extended him grace, right? Like, I did the normal human compassionate thing, which is like, maybe he has trouble with public speaking. Maybe, like, who knows? He could be some form of neurodivergent that makes it difficult for him to modulate his delivery. Who knows? There could be all kinds of reasons why. But the writing itself is good, so I'm gonna assume that it's just a thing he doesn't have that skill of delivery. No, turns out he didn't know what the fuck he was saying.
Yeah, well, he for context, Echo Baz, he deleted his Patreon. To be honest, I'm probably just more hoping. The reason I do not want him to have a platform, I don't want him punished. I want him to be unable to do harm. Those are two very different goals. I have seen
he deleted all his videos today. I don't know if you saw.
He deleted all of them. I knew he deleted most of them.
He deleted or unlisted. I don't know.
Okay.
The icon and the branding on his page is gone. His YouTube channel looks for all the world to be empty.
Wow. But and there are plenty of other people that I don't think should have platforms. Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, etc. Every egregious bigot. But it is very, very specifically that I do not want him to be able to hurt someone in the way that he's hurt friends of mine, in the way that he hurt Jesse, which fucking upset me. Like, that was a lot. We haven't talked about it. It was a lot.
It was so petty.
It was a lot.
It was so petty.
And there's a lot of it that I will never talk about publicly. But, like, there are elements that make the behavior he did in public particularly egregious. And a complete betrayal of trust. And a complete betrayal of community. And a completely fucking, complete betrayal of any sense of care, morality, or anything. So, I am glad that Somerton doesn't have a platform anymore. I worry that, because we live in a capitalist system, he will never be able to work again. Reasonably. Because it's so easy to track what he's done. It's hard to get hired if you've done that. And I recognize that as the fault of himself. And in an ideal system where we didn't have systemic things that prevent you from eating and being housed, I don't want to fucking care about this guy.
Yeah,
but
it's the thing of, like, I suspect with his marketing degree and the level of cleverness that he does have, he'll be able to find some work somewhere.
Yeah, so I don't want him to. I don't want him to starve. I don't want him in jail. I don't want him sued. I want him unable to harm other people. And ideally, I'd love it if his Kickstarter funds were given back to the actual people that donated, because I think it's egregious how much he stole. Which is what he did. He did steal. Like, it was false advertising. It was totally theft. So I do not want him to have power again. I do not think that he can be trusted with power. But I wish him all the best at trying to figure out how to be a decent human being.
Yeah.
And same goes for everybody else on that fucking list. I do not want them to have platforms. I do not think that they should have platforms, because they do harm with their platforms. And I'm not saying that someone cannot ever come back from that type of breach of trust, but, like, when it's been so consistent and for so long. And to be honest,
I mean, I couldn't trust him again, and
Oh,
I
yeah,
couldn't
no,
trust
never, ever.
Illuminati to ever again, like, be a video essayist or, like, do creative. I couldn't trust it. Like, even if from now on Illuminati's everything she does is original research, I could never trust that. Like, I if I were to try and watch a video that she did, I would have to Google every fucking single line in it and be like, where did this come from? Like, because
yeah, my one concern. We keep coming back to Summerton. It's hard not to talk about him. I have obviously very personal frustration.
understandable frustrations. Like, God,
valid
petty,
and fair
petty.
frustrations, but fucker. No, you know what? I will indulge it for exactly 1 minute. Here's my, like, bitch eating crackers petty phase for 5 minutes. It's a very short bit. The only thing that he did that was original was his editing and his performance, and he was so bad at it, and it bothers me at such a core level, because the only reason I, like, sat through any of his videos was, well, at least they're well written, except that he stole all the writing, and the only writing that he did do, I thought was bad and made me stop watching him, and it's just, it bothers me. Like, I don't think that you need to be perfect at performance to be a video essayist, but you are a performer. This is an act. You are acting.
It's a skill you should work on at the very least.
You should at least be working on it. And if you're a fucking professional full-time, you should at
Making
least be able
$10,000
to...
a fucking month on Patreon. I'm still bitter about that.
I'm fucking mad about it. I'm so mad about it.
And I
The
know
amount
why.
of-
I know exactly how he
because
did
he was
it.
manipulative.
Ooh.
He was manipulative in a way that I cannot...
And he was good at marketing. Like, that's the skill
all
that
he
he
had.
does have.
All he had was
real good
marketing.
at marketing.
Also, I hate that he made, like, a bad version of the set and style that David J. Bradley did for Cabaret. He at least didn't actually plagiarize David's writing, as far as David and I could figure out. But he made a bad version of the set, and he doesn't flip his collar down. Like, again, this is me just being petty for a couple months. Like, he made so much money off of lying and cheating people, and it bugs me so much, because I feel, like, uncomfortable at a visceral level. I'm good at performing, so I don't really show it. Every time I have to ask for money, I want to, like, immolate.
It makes me cringe. Like, I hate doing it. Like, I have to, like, physically I have to, every time I do my Patreon plug, I have to say I don't want any money that someone else needs. Like, if you need
Yes,
to eat,
if you
want to have a
if you
pizza
cannot
tonight,
afford
if you
it,
wanna-
do
if you wanna
not
go to
give
the
me the
cinema,
money.
I
Like,
don't want that money. Don't give me your cinema money. Don't give me your candy money. Don't give me your going out for a beer with your pals money. I don't want it. Leave it. Go do those things. That's more important. Because
Yeah.
because I got a
But-
big donation a little
Oh
while
god, I
back,
did too, and I don't know how to react.
and it's just like I get this rush of adrenaline and fear. Like, oh god, did someone? Are they sure they want to do this? I messaged them immediately.
Yeah.
Like, if you need any part of this refunded, like in part or in the whole of it, you can have it back immediately, instantly if you need it, because that's a big chunk of money. And if you need it for something, like, tell me, I will give it
it's
back to you,
hard
please.
for me to deal with that type of kindness. It makes me very uncomfortable. And I think I will admit some of it is also just like unhealthy results of being heavily traumatized. I have CPTSD. I will not talk about my mental health beyond that point, but like I am comfortable saying that publicly. I have CPTSD. So I find I'm unused to people being kind to me at baseline. But on top of that, I don't like needing things. But you know, I need to eat and pay rent
Yeah.
and
And
pay
you
for my
deserve to eat.
medications, and I deserve to eat. And this is why, like, to be honest, I don't want a large amount of money. What I want is enough to live on without being fucking terrified that I'm not going to be able to go get groceries, which has happened to me a lot this year, and it sucks because it makes you stressed, and stress negatively affects your health. But, like, and the thing is, every time in my life where I've had a decent amount of money, and there are a lot of people that can attest to this, if I had excess, I gave it to my community, to other trans people, because we have the fucking meme about the like $5 bill we all pass around is not a joke. It's so dead serious, right? Like, it's when I have excess money. When if I start making enough that I have excess money, from my art and stuff. Do you want to know what the first two things it's going to? It's going to Molly Noise for music, and it's going to my friend Mira for captioning. Both people are trans. They do amazing work. I love their work. But, like, part of that motivation is also I am supporting my community. I wish I could support the Patreons of all of the people that I like working with and think make valuable art. I really do. One of them
It's
is in
my
this
primary
call.
fantasy
Several
about
of them.
being rich. Like, my
Yeah.
primary fantasy about being rich is just like, I'm gonna spend a week just funding GoFundMe's for people's healthcare.
Yeah,
Like, if I had $1 billion, I wouldn't know what else to do.
If I had a lot of money, and again, even when I had a tiny amount of excess money, not even that much, I was sending it to other trans people who needed groceries. And like, I'm not trying to brag, I'm saying like, I do not fucking understand how you can behave. I just don't understand James Somerton. I do not fucking understand it. It upsets me at a core level because it is such a vile fucking behavior. It is such a betrayal of everything that we as a community represent. And to do that while trying to get your fans to harass other queer creators, and while using words of community and connection you stole, is such a fucking violation of the queer community. It flames on the side of my face. And I don't like being angry. I don't like being angry in front of other people. I'm a trans woman. It makes me very uncomfortable to be angry. But like, I think I should be able to be angry about this. And
You should.
And I
Like,
hate that I don't want to be angry about this publicly, even though I have every fucking right to, because people will use that type of anger as justification to go do shitty things they want to do. And I want to be very clear about this, just like Harris did. Do not fucking harass James Somerton. Do not, under any circumstance, harass James Somerton. To use Harry's words, again, I am quoting H Bomber Guy here, citation. I will link the video in chat just to be really fucking clear about this, because I do actually think that everyone should watch it. And again, think about it as a systemic analysis. It is not about James Somerton as an individual. I am talking about that. I didn't want to talk about that, but I am talking about that because I can't not talk about it a little bit. But here's what I want you to do after the stream is done. If you have not watched the video, watch the video. But then what I want you to do is go support the queer creators in the playlist. Yes. And then what I want you to do is I want you to go to my channel and go to Aeronaut 2023 and support all of the people that I worked with this year I work with people because I like their work. Full stop. Like, I
The thing is, like, James Somerton, he has deleted his Patreon. He has deleted all of the videos on his channel. That is, like, that's enough.
he's done.
He has
done.
done.
Our goal is
If he
finished. He
stays
has
with
no
that-
platform.
Yeah,
And
if he doesn't come back, if he doesn't start re-uploading shit, if he doesn't try to sneak back in, then he has done the thing that he is supposed to do, and then we're supposed to now leave him alone.
Yes. Because the goal is not to harass people, ever. The goal is not punishment, and way too many people believe in punitive punishment. I have seen some shit in the last couple of months that made me very frustrated with a lot of people, because a lot of people have been like, yippee, violent punishment, good, when it's like, no, the point is, and I've talked about this in Nimona, I've talked very openly about, as directly as I can without getting deplatformed by YouTube, that violence is made necessary when the privileged give no other recourse. But here's the important part of that sentence: there has to be no other recourse.
Yeah.
And just because violence has been made necessary, I have had to do violence in my life to stay alive. I hate it. I hate that I've had to do that. Genuinely, doing violence traumatizes you. That's not an opinion. That's well known.
That's why the military has to spend so fucking long breaking people to pieces in basic training, is because a human being doesn't want to hurt. Like, people don't want to shoot each other. They really don't want to do it.
You have to give them a
work
lot
really
of
hard
motivation, and you have to
fuck
really
people up enough that
dehumanize
they
people.
will shoot someone on your behalf.
Yeah, like, you have to do some really nasty stuff.
Brainwashing, essentially.
Yeah.
Anyway, I have to run because the Game Awards
you
are
so
starting,
much
and
for
I don't
being-
want to miss my opportunity to yell at Jeffrey Kefrey for being a coward and a scam artist.
Yeah, and exactly, Tier. It's why veteran healthcare has a massive amount of psychology. I just, like, the goal should not be punishment, and if that is your goal, you have failed at the start line. You know? But, like, there's a reality that sometimes you have to do things to be able to stop harm. What H-Bomb guy did was an attempt to stop harm. Also, I'm sorry. Thank you so much for the donation, Sarah. I didn't acknowledge it when it happened. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the support. And it frustrates me that was necessary. And yeah, don't body shame. Don't body shame people. Again, Petty Era, I will make fun of his terrible choices in outfit, considering he had $170,000 coming in a year and you couldn't do better than than a fucking sweater. Sorry, it annoys me. It annoys me. But do not shame people's bodies. I feel comfortable making fun of terrible people's bad sense of style. But that is a very specific thing, and he was rich, so... Like, he had the money that his outfit was a choice. I have had times where my outfits weren't really a choice. I got what I could get from the Value Village that was cheap enough. Like, but yeah, heading woman over. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna change sources, and... Yeah. Yeah, true, Sarah. No, like, why, okay. And I want to be very, very clear about this. I am not talking about his body. I am talking purely about how he how he performed and while wearing those turtlenecks. Why did he always do this? Why did he always look like a crumpled Muppet? I don't understand why he looked like a crumpled Muppet on purpose. Sorry, I should stop being petty. That's bad of me. So my live is bad because you'll say things you probably shouldn't. But why did he always, like, why would you put on a turtleneck and then scrunch it? Why would you do this? Yeah, but I just, again, like, I want to be clear. I am a year ahead on being pissed off at James Somerton because I found a bunch of this shit on my own. No, because he looks like, you know, when Kermit would like. Again, this is not about his body. This is about the weird thing he would do with his. That's the thing, Sarah. Like, I think it was. That's exactly what it is. He has this his line delivery, for lack of a better word, was mopey, and he wanted to be like, oh, fuck, that was your bad influence. but like I don't know, and then the melodramatic, like, everything is so sad when I'm saying it. And I'm like, pay for some acting classes. You're making $170,000 a year. Yeah, no, it's like, I only really feel comfortable saying this shit because, again, he personally targeted Jesse and I, and but just, yeah, he stole from the victims of HIV and AIDS. I'm not getting over this. I'm like, I keep wanting to not focus on him, but it's so hard because I'm fucking rightfully angry. Yes, exactly, Pamphleteer. Pamphleteer said, being gay is an austere, sad, and bitter life. Which is what the outfit, acting, and delivery say. Yes, exactly that, Tier. Exactly that. And I want to be clear, I do not think you are bad for being fooled. I caught it because I have actual paranoia due to mental illness and trauma. And, like, genuinely, so I'm a little, the number of people in online space, because I don't like talking about this stuff very publicly. When people behave terrible, I usually don't talk about it because I don't like the way that often turns into a drama conversation and not about behaviors and stuff, which is why I try to very often stay away from naming people. I'm only comfortable saying to Somerton because everyone, like, if I tried to not talk about Somerton, everyone would mention him anyway. So, like, it would end up being about him, obviously. Like, what was I trying to say? But I don't know how you, the layers of insult, and I feel like people should have more ire if they're gonna be mad at someone for someone like Internet Historian, who's a fucking chud, who's saying dog whistles all day. But like, and I don't think that you're at fault for being tricked by a charlatan. Clearly, he was a pretty good charlatan. Like, I have had so many instances since I started modding for Discord, like for Twitch and stuff. Hey, Legal Kimchi, yes, I shouted it out earlier. Please share it again. Thanks so much, Athelius. Like, I have, since I was late 18, almost 19, I've been involved in online internet stuff. And often, I have had to be the adult amongst a bunch of people that are way older than I am. And I have often had these moments where I've gotten bad vibes off someone, which I know is my trauma. It's my trauma. It's my trauma making me realize that. And I've gone, something's off here, I'm going to back off. And then like 3 months later, the guy's a sexual assaulter. Like all those types of things. And it's frustrating because I don't want to just be like, the vibes are off because I haven't been wrong. And I know that the thing that I'm catching is behaviors that reflect abusers that I've experienced. But like, yeah, it does bother me. And I want to be clear, I'm more mad about Somerton because 1, he hit close to home, and 2, he's actually personally harassed Jesse and I. I feel a similar way towards him as I do a certain person who I won't say because if I do, she'll attack me, or J.K. Rowling, or a certain other very big streamer who's harassed Jesse and I. Like, yeah, and I don't think you should feel bad about that, Sarah. I don't think you should. I don't think anyone should. I don't think people should be feeling bad because they trusted a human being. Like, totally, Terry. No, that's exactly what it is. Vibes are emotional reasoning and medium trust inference. Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. Like, the thing is, I can barely bring myself to trust people that I love and I'm very close with. I struggle with it. I have literally had to practice and learn trust. And I was talking about this in a private Discord last night, but I think I'm going to talk about it here. Jesse Gender is my co-writer. We create a bunch of art together. But like, because of the trauma that I've experienced, I have a very hard time trusting people, which means that I tend to be the first person to catch charlatans. And I do not think other people should feel bad for being tricked. I've been tricked many times. Again, where the trauma comes from. Like, I don't think that anyone who is tricked by this charlatan, or any of the charlatans mentioned in H-Bomb's video, or any of the other plagiarists we don't know about yet, or do know about but wasn't discussed yet. Like, so I tend to be the first person to catch on when someone's off. Absolutely. It's a little bit canary in the coal mine. But I have had friends I was really close with that I had to fucking cut out of my life. In this space. I will never talk about it publicly. I don't want to. But there are people in this space that I have cut all ties with for very good reasons. And it's fucking tiring, and I don't trust most video essayists, frankly. As a mentally ill person, the amount of sanism in this space is rampant. So, yeah, like, because I think a lot of people, every time this happened many times now, where people go, oh yeah, you were right, you had it the whole time, I can't believe I was fooled and things, and I'm like, you should not feel bad, because one, I didn't catch on immediately. Oh, definitely. I bet here. I want to be clear. I don't want people to be perfect, but it's just sometimes it's so absurdly obvious that I'm like, hey, bud, why the fuck are you saying that Psycho's a good representation of mental illness? Psycho, the most famously sanest media of all time, the fucking spawner of multiple bigoted tropes, the source point for both the evil, like, plural system murderer and evil cross-dressing / evil trans murderer. That is the source of that trope. I fucking despise Psycho. I cannot wait to eviscerate it in the Usher video. But yeah, so I've been thinking a lot lately about... yeah, exactly. Sadism's in the name! and I'm not saying that you can't find any value from sanist art, because I find value from sanist art as a mentally ill person, because often it's the only place I can find any discussion of this stuff. Even if it's bad discussion. And I'm going to talk about that in the Usher video. The Fall of the House of Usher. Reminder that Psycho, Crazy, Insane are all on the banned words list. If you don't put like a star in there, it'll automatically get banished to the void. I'm not mad at you. Nightbot's doing that automatically. I just did that to keep things easy for me. Especially because when the Fall of the House of Usher video releases, probably about an hour of I'm not kidding. An hour of it will be chapter 3, at least. Like, more than half of the video is just about mental illness. I want to be clear about something. The general conclusion of my sensitivity readers and myself on the Fall of the House of Usher is that it's not a harmful work. But that because it doesn't do enough to prevent it, it is very open to harmful readings. And the point of the section is to teach people to stop doing harmful readings of media, basically. But the mental illness section on its own, if you want to read it, is public. It's not finished. I am still working on it. But the partially finished one, which I need to go through and add in direct citations to this document as well. Done randomly said, I remember a plural friendo said COD Black Ops 1 was their best rep until Control. Woo! Generally, most of my plural friends say that the only good representation they've ever seen that's explicit is, and it's not without any issues, but it's close enough, is Moon Knight, the TV show. But there isn't universal agreement in the community. Most of the community feels that way, but it's not universal. Yeah, so the problem is I don't think that you can make an art that isn't explicitly anti-sanist in how sanist our society is without it receiving a sanist interpretation, if that makes sense. Yeah. No, I'm here to answer questions. That's why I'm live. If I didn't want to answer questions, I wouldn't be live streaming. The video will be released on my channel probably whenever the next Flanagan project releases. I'm aiming to finish it later. Yeah, no, it's but the point of the mental illness section, a lot of it is myself and many other mentally ill people. Some of them wanted to be credited, some of them are quoted, some didn't want to be credited. All of us discussing Satanism, which coming back to the point I started the stream with, which was standards on YouTube, right? How do we do things as YouTubers? And I think that you should be working with sensitivity readers. If you're professional, you have no excuse. If you're amateur and you can't find anybody, totally reasonable, but you need to put that up front. Or you need to consider if you're the person to be talking about that topic. I think a lot of people, Legal Kimchi, if you're still here, you talk about this a lot in a really, really wonderful way that I really appreciate too, is people need to consider when they're the person to be talking about something and when they're should just uplift other people's voices. And if you cannot find sensitivity readers, you better make sure you do your research. If you're going to talk about marginalized issues as it relates to a work of art, do not, for example, very confidently state that Psycho is a good representation of mental illness. If you do that, it tells me that you have literally zero care for mentally ill people. Because sorry, this is a petty frustration with a specific YouTuber who is decently large in size. But I'm never fucking recovering from Psycho as a good representation of mental illness. What a take. What a take. And they think they're leftist. I don't know. Satanism is bigotry against mentally ill people, i.e. bigotry on the basis of sanity. Yeah. I still, sorry, I gave my permission to myself to be a little petty, and I'm being too petty. Kimchi, perfect example. Or if you want an example of someone's sensitivity reading to make sure that I don't fuck up and gave me really good feedback, Legal Kimchi gave me feedback in Nimona. That video would not be as good as it is without Kimchi. So much credit to Kimchi on every conversation about memory issues. All of the credit to Legal Kimchi on my discussion of Eugene Liang's A Ferocious Golden Loin. Like, I sorry, Echo, you got caught by the Psycho monitor Nightbot. Echo Baz said Psycho's a good representation of mental illness, the same way that its Pat is a good representation of NBs. I don't know its Pat, but I'm sure it's quite bad. Reminder, Psycho's on my list of no words. Just in case someone tries to use it in a bad way. Because if someone uses it in a perfectly fine way... No, you don't need to apologize. You didn't use it in a bad way. You're referencing the film. This has come up before when I was discussing American Psycho the musical. What's the Saturday Night Live thing? I can't remember. Saturday... the thing Echo was referencing. I see. But yeah, like, I try to be as explicit as possible, and clearly I am not explicit enough sometimes that I work with sensitivity readers, that they deserve all the credit. I have been basically continuously expanding how much time their names appear on screen in the credits to try to help with that. Like, because I am not an island. We keep coming back to this thing about community. To make sure you're not fucking things up, you need to be a community with other marginalized people, and with marginalized people if you're not marginalized. You need to be able to engage with other perspectives. And again, and I cannot stress this enough, you need to be ready for when you fuck up. You will fuck up. No matter what, you will fuck up. Full stop. If you don't think you're going to fuck up at some point, you're a fool. And you need to learn some humility. No human being goes through life without making mistakes. Making mistakes is the baseline existence of humanity. So, what matters isn't not making mistakes. What matters is how you handle it. Which means that ideally, you make your mistakes before you put out a fucking public statement that is standing as a confident argument. So if you're going to talk about marginalized people, you better talk to people from that community. And if you can't talk about them, talk with them directly, then you better do your research and then be very, very, very clear that you are presenting what other people have said, and that you've actually taken the time to listen to the community at large. Listening to the community doesn't mean finding one take that you agree with. Listening to the community means looking at the opinions of the community at large and really trying to understand why they're saying what they're saying and what they're saying. For an example of doing this, on my video Midnight Mass, I had a number of sensitivity readers on my section where I discussed Islam and Muslim people, right? And my primary sensitivity reader was Adnan. And Adnan's voice and words, whatever Adnan wanted to say in that section of the video, and I do this with my sensitivity readers, I say, if there is something if you want something said, and especially if you want to be the one to say it, I will put it in. Just full stop. I get absolute power over. This is something that for example, LK and I do this with each other, where, like, when we were working on Six of Crows, because I LK and I give each other constant feedback as we're working on our art, and I wanted to talk about Chronic Pain and Kaz, so LK just handed it to me and let me do what I wanted to do for 5 minutes. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, if you're in a community with a group, you have no place in speaking for it. And when you are talking about these things, you need to be very clear about saying, this person who has the lived experience, that understands what they're talking about, it's really not that hard to take the time to work with other marginalized people instead of confidently deciding that you, as an outsider, understand the community well enough to comment on that community. And so this is why, like, again, red flags for video essayists that are probably going to do something bad. If they don't interact with other marginalized people, if they don't support or work with other marginalized people, if they don't listen when other marginalized people tell them that they've gotten something wrong, those are big red flags you should be looking for. And, like, the other thing is that you need to have a communal mindset of paying it forward. I do a lot of sensitivity reading for people. A lot of it. All the time. And if I had the energy and time, I would do more. I often miss out on getting to sensitivity read on people's scripts because there's just too much stuff to do. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, it's working with, not using as a resource to exploit. Yeah. The goal is to give them platform and space and support their views. You need to be humble. You need to be able to have someone tell you, yeah, what you said in the script, fucked. Completely wrong. You need to be able to hear that. You just do. And I'm sorry, but I don't think that you can or should work in a public space and try to talk about marginalized issues if you are not capable of that humility. And that's okay. Not everyone is going to be capable of that humility. Like, I'm pretty comfortable with having people tell me that I'm wrong, or I've fucked up, or I've done things wrong. I used to be an athlete. Like, my coach one time got in trouble because other people decided he was being too harsh because he was communicating to me in the way that I wanted him to. So I'm pretty comfortable with being criticized. Yeah. So I guess to round out the thoughts, to try to wrap up everything from the discussion from the stream, listen to marginalized people. If you're going to talk about any topics related to them, you need to make sure you understand. Like, and you're never going to understand it completely. And you need to recognize that too. You need to cite your sources. You need to really, really make sure you're citing your sources. Be careful to cite your sources. You need to consider... Actually, no, I need to talk about community for a second. I need to talk about if you have a platform, you have a responsibility. A platform is responsibility. It is not a right. It is a privilege, and it is a responsibility. You are lucky to have it. You need to consider what types of things that you give off. Perfect example. Thank you, Kimchi. Yeah, and again, Legal Kimchi has done really helpful sensitivity reading on my work. Like, but we pay it forward. If everybody in the community is helping everybody else, and I was talking about this in general with like editing tips, with writing tips, with sensitivity reading, just making sure we're not messing things up. That's the way to do it as community. But when you have a channel, whether you want it to or not, you are going to have a community form, and you can either do your best to absolutely avoid it completely, or do your best to try to make sure that community is behaving in ways that are good. One is having very clear boundaries. Do not allow unhealthy parasocial attachment. Be very clear about that. I talk about this constantly. I tell people off when they break what I am parasocially comfortable with. I have had people so upset because I said, hey, this is parasocially inappropriate, here's why, and explained that they stopped supporting me. And I don't care, because I believe very strongly in being morally and ethically consistent. But there is so many pressures, systemic monetary pressures, to make you treat your community in an unhealthy parasocial way. And yes, there are people in my audience that are my friends, that do know me personally. Legal Kimchi is one example. Miranda is another example. Pamphleteer, who, we've been on streams together. We've talked privately. Like, that's a very different relationship than what someone who's just watching is. But this is why I constantly say that, like, you do not know me if all you watch is my video essays and my streams. You don't. And that's okay. And I'm not saying you should have no feelings towards people, because I don't think parasociality is inherently negative. I think it is when you start crossing boundaries that it becomes a problem. And people with platforms who leave their boundaries very confusing open themselves up to those types of unhealthy interactions. You have power when you have influence, and you need to consider what that does to other human beings when you are saying things publicly. There's a reason why Jesse and I are so careful about when and if we ever talk about people who are behaving terribly, even if those people have harassed us. Because we understand that if we're going to talk about them, and I think H Bomber Guy also understands this based on the things that he was saying in that video about don't harass James Somerton, like, it just, if you are creating things and if you are forming a community, you need to be very careful about how you manage it and how you place boundaries. Like, I try to teach, I try to create a space where conversation can occur. I try to create an audience that is critical of me. I do not want an audience that uncritically defends anything I say, that lets my mistakes fly unanswered. And I think that I do a good job of making that possible. I'd like to believe so. However, I'm always re-examining and asking myself, how am I doing that? What is that going to do? So, like, you need to be able to understand what your boundaries are, and you need to be able to communicate them. And whenever things that come close to those boundaries come up, I am very direct. I do not allow things that cross boundaries. I actually place stricter boundaries than I think I actually need. Like, I'm pretty strict about people complimenting me, and what I'm comfortable with. And it's not that I need to be that strict necessarily. It's just that I would much rather err on the side of caution, than end up like other people. And I will admit, I have a very different perspective on ethics and morality than most people do. I have a lot of ethics and morality training from, like, working with the university and working in research and stuff. And I have a lot of ethics training related to coaching. I am actually I'm a certified coach facilitator for ethics courses for coaches. I have taught other coaches, aspiring coaches, ethics in coaching. And there is a lot of crossover between the ethics of coaching and the ethics of having a platform where you ostensibly present arguments or information. There's a lot of crossover, very, very similar, because both cases there's a disproportionate influence and power, right? And there is someone that is there that is being treated as a source of that information and things. And it's so important. It's so important that you remember that there are other people on the other side of that screen. And that goes both ways. That goes for the audience too, because the audience often forgets that we're people. It's really frustrating to be treated like a character in a TV show, which I've definitely experienced at times. I'm a person. I experience real things. What you see on stream and in videos is a performance that is honest to myself, but it is not the whole truth. It is not all aspects of myself. Yeah, that's definitely interesting too, Sarah, but that's a whole other conversation. But that is an interesting experience. No, queer theory. I'm comfortable with people complimenting my actions, words, and art. I'm comfortable with people complimenting my style. Comments about my body, not so much. Yeah, and I think you just, I think it's also just a thing of consent. You need to be able to make sure that your audience is informed when they're consenting to whatever conversation you're having with them, with whatever you're trying to do with them. So, yeah. Rebellious. Yeah, no, I'm constantly terrified. But the other side of it too is that terrible people don't care. They don't care about how they're handling their platform. And I also have the view of like, if no one's trying to say good things, what does that leave us with? I think you can't accept paralysis. You just have to accept that you're gonna fuck up. You're gonna make huge mistakes. You're gonna have regrets, and that's life. That's being a human being. But it's definitely amplified if you have a by platform. Yeah, I try to. I have a Patreon Discord. I try to keep a certain amount of distance in there. I treat it as a space to academically discuss art, media, and things. I do have some like life channels, like venting and things, but I don't use them. I just have them there so that people don't do them in general, because otherwise people do them in the general channel, and that was a bad experience. So I, instead of having to constantly police people of like, don't vent in general, because I don't want people to feel like they can't talk about that things, I leave certain spaces of that Discord pretty much exclusively to the audience, because it is your community, right? The community exists because you are all here. The community of people that are interacting in chat, sometimes that I'm not even responding directly to, right? You exist because you're interacting with each other. And I never want to form a fandom. I don't want a fandom. I do want a community of people that critically engage with my art, who enjoy it, but will hold me to standards. I want to be held to high standards. And if I am not holding up that side of the deal, if I am fucking things up, if I am doing things wrong and I am not admitting it, drop me. Immediately. Like genuinely, if I am doing things wrong, if you have issues with what I'm saying and doing and enacting into the world, stop watching my stuff. Get rid of me. Like, I do not want a loyal fandom. I don't want that. D. Atkins, thank you so much for the support. Atkins said, "Hey, I'm working on a documentary that highlights the trans experience. I was wondering if you have any I was wondering if you have any recommendations for recourses to highlight." I would recommend watching Disclosure. It's a documentary. It's technically on Netflix, but there are, Yarhar methods of getting it. I would recommend watching Disclosure if you want to talk about like representation of trans people. For general discussions of the trans experience, I recommend my video Queer Relativity. I feel pretty confident recommending it because it's on the British Film Institute's Best Video Essays of 2022 list. So Queer Relativity. Abigail Thorne's, I don't know what the current name is because she changes it every month or so. Like, it changed multiple times when I was working on Queer Relativity because I referenced it in Queer Relativity, and I kept having to look up what the current name was to keep the sources page correct. The current name is Identity, a Trans Coming Out Story. I'll just share the link. But I think that's a good one on trans experience. I'm trying to think of other videos. Yeah. I'd say those are 3 good resources. But there's definitely more that I'm missing at this exact moment, and because I'm trying to think off the top of my head, I would recommend everything by Soul Bunny. Go watch Soul Bunny's work, because often when people try to talk about transness, they centralize whiteness too much. So I would recommend, in particular, Transphobia and Transmisogynoir. If you want perspective on the trans experience from a black perspective, Soul Bunny is one of the best on the platform. I'm trying to think of who else to recommend for that type of thing, but those would be things to sources to look at and cite. If it's awesome, Sarah. If you want to explain how people can get to that, that'd be great. Have the leftist cooks done? Oh, gender and authenticity. Okay. I have memory issues. It's not that I just like don't care about my friend's work. It's that I just forget. I promise you, if I was to watch it, I'd remember immediately. But I will share that one just because the leftist cooks are my friends, and I trust that it was a good enough work. To share it, even though I don't remember it right now. I know I've watched it. But memory issues. It was 2 years ago. It's harder for me to remember. I think that's all I can think of. What was I saying before? Yeah. But yeah, I don't want to fan them. I don't want to fan them. Someone called me, did someone say support female Bo Burnham in the chat? I think I saw that. I wonder if Khadijah has a specific video on it. I mean, Khadijah has a video on trans topics, one of which I'm actually in, that I like. All of Khadijah's videos are great, that I've watched. I haven't seen every single one, because I am a busy person. Unfortunately, I can't watch everybody all the time. And I tend to prioritize watching videos from smaller creators if I'm low on time. But I think that was the correct one. Did I link the correct one? Yeah. She did a video about trans panics that talks with a lot of trans people, including myself, but mostly black trans people, about the experience of being trans. So that's a good addition as well. Someone donated. I need to go check what that was. Oh, Anthony said Fembo Burnham. Thank you. Oh, sorry, no, someone followed. Yes, thank you, Anthony. Incredible. Fembo Burnham. But yes, Bo Burnham is a good example of he's not perfect. I don't think he's owned everything he's ever messed up perfectly, but he is trying at least. Again, complicated figure. I'd recommend FD Signifier's discussion of him, but I do like his views on owning that you fucked up throughout your life and that your past stuff is bad. And I do like that he discourages a parasocial fandom. I do like those elements of his work a lot. Again, not perfect. I remember there's some whole incident with him doing something really shitty to somebody at a set on a university, I think. That was awful. That I don't know the whole details on. I don't know if he's apologized for that, but like, find me an unproblematic person. Good luck. Yeah, there's racist parts of his old routines. Like they're all, those things are bad. Not defending that at all. I'm very specifically cherry picking out that I agree with his stance on. Yeah, I vaguely remember this frog. I just don't remember enough of the details. But I don't want to. I don't want to ignore those things just because I find some other element valuable. To quote myself on the Barbie video, we can like one part of it and we can dislike the other parts. The problem comes in when you start ignoring the other parts because you like the first thing. Okay. Discussing our issues with the work does not remove these positive elements, just like how someone enjoying the film does not remove the issues. Multiple things can be true about a work at the same time, and ignoring marginalized perspectives because it's inconvenient to you is an issue both in the film and with people who want to enjoy it uncritically. It's kind of my ethos on art. There is a reason why I make videos about art I love, and there's a reason why pretty much all of my videos include very explicit criticism of what that video messes up. Because, Fane asked, do you have thoughts on the line between getting rid of a problematic thing so it doesn't hurt more people versus leaving it up with a note / other vid / pinned comment on why it is harmful? I would say, like with everything, context. Context matters so much. If it's a mistake, that's not a massive deal. For example, me fucking up and saying the Wachowskis were Jewish because I got a bad source and didn't look into it because I didn't think to question a claim about someone's religion. I just didn't think to question it, and I was wrong, and I fucked that up. But I don't think that removing all of the Matrix is intrinsically trans would be the right move in response to that. I have left a pinned comment, I have talked about it publicly multiple times, and I will be putting it in a video. Like, I will explicitly talk about how I fucked that up and it was wrong in a video. It just needs to be a video where it makes sense, because I don't think just having like a random addendum for an older video on a random other video where the audience might not cross over is very useful. I will eventually, when the Patreon hits a certain point, do a video on the Matrix, on Matrix Resurrections, and why it says I'm right about the Matrix. But thank you again, Athalius, for sharing links. Thank you so much, D. Atkins, for the support. But other times, I do think that the best thing you could do is remove it. But I do not think you should remove something without stating... No, Fane, I'm using myself as an example. I'm using myself as an example because I want... Again, I'm trying to model the behavior. You're not... You didn't target with me anything, but I'm using it as an example because I'm saying the context depends, and I'm using that as an example of the context, right? That is a context where I think leaving it up, having a pinned comment, having a public statement, including in other videos that you've messed that up, is a good thing to do. But if I think the work in and of itself is harmful, i.e. the majority of what it is harmful, in my opinion, you should either archive it in a way that is accessible, but only with, like, literally you cannot get to it without first experiencing, hey, all of this is wrong. I am leaving this up to make sure that I'm not hiding what I did, but all of it was wrong. Here's why. You know, like basically making it so it can't spread the harmful message easily. Athalius, you know I love the Matrix sequels. You are not alone on this hill. Every trans person loves the Matrix. I'm kidding. Not every trans person loves the Matrix sequels. I'm not talking for the entire community. That was a joke I probably shouldn't have made. But, but like, I do think that there are things that should be taken down from the internet. I do think that it should be publicly, easily accessible that you said it in the past, that you have apologized, etc., etc. I think that's important for ownership of the actions. But I do think that there are some things that cross a line, and I think the context is how harmful is it, and how much benefit does leaving it up provide? And that is never going to be an easy answer. It is subjective. It is a complicated conversation. And so, like, I personally think the world would be done a service if everything PragerU has ever made didn't exist anymore. You are not legal because Athelius also agrees. You know what? I have more examples of people that love The Matrix. My brother, my dad, my mom. There is examples of cis people that like The Matrix. So I think when we talk about these standards and things, I think it's far more valuable to have conversations about what you do when you fuck up rather than try to pretend like people aren't going to fuck up. I also think that we do have an issue with holding different people to different standards. Trans women, black women, and especially trans black women are held to standards that are absurd. Well, any trans women of color, but especially trans black women are really, really targeted with this. Indigenous trans women as well. Like, multiply marginalized people, generally, but especially if they're women. It's just like, there is a huge issue with people judging marginalized women more harshly than they do other groups for the same actions. I worry that, and I want to be very clear, I think people should judge James Somerton as terrible, but I worry that it's weird that people are over-focusing on him as an individual rather than caring about a systemic issue, and not caring enough about people like, Internet Historian, for example. And I think it's notable that the only two people in that list of people who've plagiarized that have experienced really notable effects on their careers is a gay man and a woman. Again, everything they did was wrong. I don't think they should have platforms. But I am saying there is a double standard in how people are responding. And it's a double standard that H. Bomber Guy did everything he could to quell and prevent and stop. And I want to be very clear that I think him covering those things was absolutely correct. I'm really happy that he covered James Somerton's behavior, because when I heard he was covering it, it meant I didn't even have to consider if I needed to do it. Yeah, as D. Atkins just said in chat, as a trans woman of color, I can say I experienced that firsthand. I don't know a trans woman of color who hasn't. And I am friends with quite a number. So, like, I do think that we need to be aware of those disproportionate responses and the standards to which we hold different people. However, with that said, if we're going to hold consistent standards, there is a certain amount of marginalized people that will be failing those standards. That's reality. Because the thing is, we're not a monolith. Being marginalized doesn't make you a good person. Being marginalized does not make you a good person. And I really wish that it was easier for people to understand that. Because, yeah, and I want to be clear. I do think that there's a degree of, like, I will talk more about and care more about, for example, leftists doing anti-Semitism or Islamophobia or general racism or anti-blackness or Satanism or transphobia, etc. I talk about leftists doing it more because no fucking right-winger is going to listen to a crazy trans woman. No right-winger is going to listen to a trans woman with mental illness. They're just not. And I can use crazy because I'm reclaiming it, I'm applying it to myself, I'm using it as a non-negative thing, but I want to be very clear, do not fucking use that word in a negative way. But, like, so why would I bother wasting a bunch of time talking about the right wing is transphobic? I know the right wing is transphobic. I judge them just as harshly, but I'm not going to waste hours and hours and hours of my time giving them the attention they want when I can talk about how people are moving in my own community. Because if I can't get people in my own community to give a shit, they're not going to give a shit when it comes to people outside the community. As Midge just said, as we say in Black communities, not all skin folk are kinfolk. That applies to any type of group of people. Yes, exactly. Perfect phrase for that topic, though should only be used in that context, and I am quoting that. I just wanted to make sure that everybody heard what Midge was saying. There are other ways of phrasing that don't appropriate AAE. And I use AE and not AAVE because I side with the linguists that argue that African American English is its own distinct dialect that deserves more linguistic respect. But I want to be clear, I'm not misunderstanding the acronym. I'm taking a very political stance based on my opinions of linguistics, something that if I took like 1 or 2 more classes, I'd have a minor in. So I have been around academic debates about the linguistic positionality of AAE and why the way it's viewed is often racist. As Sarda said, there are assimilationists in every group. There are pick-me's in every group. So the reality is that you cannot control everybody in your audience, but you can outright make it clear that they are not part of your audience if they do that. And this is an important thing. Do you want to know what's great? Like when I stream, half the time, if someone crosses boundaries I've established, I don't have to address it because everyone else in chats knows my boundaries and tells them. That has happened multiple times where people have made inappropriate comments about my body and things, and someone else in chat has said, hey, we don't do that here, right? That is establishing community. That's why I try to build a community. Not a fandom. Not a fandom. I love linguistics. If I had the money, I would finish a minor in linguistics. I just don't have the money and time. I don't have the money and time to finish a minor in linguistics. But I have taken a decent amount of linguistics classes, particularly sociological linguistics classes. Queer relativity was actually informed by some of my academic writing for a 4th-year undergrad course on gender and language, like sociolinguistics of gender and sex. So, you know what? You can have a fandom for Killian because Killian is a perfect child. He is not a person, and I really don't think that you can have an inappropriate amount of love for a cat. Especially parasocial love for a cat. You are allowed to parasocially love my cat. And you are allowed to enjoy my work and appreciate what I do. Actions, but never, ever, ever put me on a pedestal, because I will topple off that pedestal. It is unfair to me to put me on that pedestal. Yeah. But yes, chat, you may have an incredibly toxically parasocial amount of care about my cat. But only my cat. The Killian cult may occur. Yes. Yeah. Stinky. Where are you? Okay. Yeah, no, I just... I'm just tired of seeing people not take their position and their community seriously, and I find it interesting that the only people that seem to are marginalized people who are very heavily in community with each other. Yes, you can have respect for my work without putting me on a pedestal. Thank you, Emily. A perfect example of a very appropriate comment and compliment. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's exactly, I think, an appropriate comment to be making about my work. Thank you. I appreciate it. See? I'm establishing what the boundaries are. I'm explaining them. I am divulging them. And I just really do think that we as a community need to start being like if someone isn't citing things properly, where's your citations? I think I do not harass, do not be rude. All I want is just people to say underneath videos the sentence and only the sentence, where are your citations? If the citations aren't clear and exact, that. This is the one time I will encourage people who watch me to go do something like that. How often do I stream? Completely randomly. I have chronic illness and I'm overworked. So it's really a vibes-based system where I just kind of randomly announce it and I appear on stream. Yeah, no, Emily. Speaking of inappropriate shit that people pull with me, do not send me an extensive explainer of your trauma. Listen. Like, with no context. I've had people on, like, I made a community post shouting out my friend's video that I liked about a video game. Like, it was not a serious video. It was a good video. It was well written. It was fun. And I think it was a good examination of game design. And someone left me, like, a lengthy comment about their trauma. Fucking unprompted. And I was just like, what the why? No. Don't do that. I am wanting to try to get back to streaming a day or two of Pathologic. Have a good night, Fane. Take care. Please go sleep. Yeah, I'm not your therapist. I'm not your therapist. I'm not your fucking therapist. And here's the thing. And this is the thing that a lot of trans women have talked about. And women experience this in general. Women in general experience the brunt of other people's psychological needs, especially men in our lives, right? Is that men feel entitled to women. But trans women, I find, experience it, like, doubly so in some ways. Like, it's a lot. And every trans woman I talk to has had this experience. Even before we were out, like, we tend to end up being, like, yeah. And I want to be clear. I think there's healthy and supportive and important ways to vent and community support other people. But it's got to be with consent. It's got to be with consent, right? If I phone up one of my friends and say, hey, are you in the space for me to vent about these things? There's consent there, and the consent can be revoked, and we understand that, right? You don't do it out of the blue. You don't trauma dump out of nowhere. If you're going to leave a comment on one of my videos where I talk about heavier topics, because again, I put explicit content warnings at actually, speaking of fuck-ups I made, on Matrices Intrinsically Trans, I fucked up and didn't include the content warnings, and it has bothered me for years. I was sleep deprived. I'd been awake for about 35 hours when I uploaded that video, because I'd been struggling to get it out that month, on a specific date. And yeah, yeah, no, I want to be clear. Don't harass anyone about citation. Again, if you are going to comment on someone who does not have citation, not the same thing as the format is weird, does not have citation, the only thing you should say is ask politely, where is your citations? That's it. That's all you should do. Do not do more than that. Just yeah. But I want to be very clear. There's a big difference between discussing trauma, venting to other people about trauma, and trauma dumping. It's very, very, very different topics. And a lot of people misuse trauma dumping to mean any discussion of trauma, which is isolating and harmful to people like myself who have trauma. Yeah. Just don't be an asshole to people. Just don't be an asshole to people. Don't be fucking entitled to them. And I am not your mom. I am not your mom. I am not your girlfriend. And I am not your therapist. Do not send me shit if it's shit you would normally only send to them. And also don't, like, burden your mom or girlfriend with taking care of you. Yeah, exactly, Anthony. The idea that you cannot talk about trauma at all because that's immediately trauma dumping, that's been a huge problem lately. People just like calling anything trauma dumping. Trauma dumping is a very specific thing. Trauma dumping is very, 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 very specific thing, right? When I make my videos, I'm not trauma dumping at my audience when I discuss trauma. Because we don't do gooning in this chat, Quixotic. We care about each other and we're polite because I try to form a community that is healthy and supportive. Because yeah, trauma dumping is when you, without prompting, inappropriately use another person for your emotional catharsis. This is the important thing. Sharing your trauma with other people can actually be incredibly healthy. There is a reason why we have things like group therapy. But there needs to be consent and the context needs to be right. Trauma dumping is about you caring only about your feelings and using someone else as a sieve for that, as a receptacle. You are objectifying and using them, and it is very, very specific. Like it's not just talking about your trauma with someone, right? So yeah, like if you're opening up and sharing things, there's ways of doing it that respects other people's boundaries and consent. I'm going to give it a good example. On Discord, you can spoiler messages, right? So you can always do something where you say, hey, I just need to vent about something for a minute. I'm going to spoiler it. Read it when you're in the headspace for these topics. Exactly, Emily. It's in a way emotional manipulation. It absolutely is. Because trauma dumping is not sharing your trauma. It is not discussing trauma with other people. It is very specifically using someone else to get emotional catharsis with no care for their feelings. And I find that a lot of people feel that they are owed emotional validation and care from myself. I have a Patreon Discord. Just because I don't want to deal with a massive community. Like, if you have gone to someone and said, hey, can I vent about this? And they've said no, and then you didn't, that is not trauma dumping. Because you respected their consent and barriers and boundaries. It's really, really important that you make it so it's not just about, I need my emotional needs fulfilled, and I am going to use you to do that. We may make a jape or a goof or a gaff occasionally, Quixotic, but no gooning. We're not here to be mean. Ever. Yeah, it's just tough. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think people just discussing the trauma being treated as trauma dumping is just a way of isolating. Have a good one, Athelius. Thank you so much for being here. I think that some people have misunderstood what trauma dumping means to use it to justify the continued isolation of abuse survivors and traumatized people. Mood, Anthony, mood. I'm partial to a good guffaw. That's an incredible sentence. Thank you, Miranda. Because yeah, I R, what are you talking about, R? What's JJK hate? No, it's not necessarily about self. I feel like I'm missing something. trying to think if I have a source for you, WebCloud. I'm sorry. I don't know if I do. I shared about something about it on Tumblr a little while back that was useful. Okay. Oh. Oh, it's one of those. Did you mean to say JKR? Is that what you meant to say, R? Come on, R. You're gonna come in here and say confusing shit that you need to, like, explain what you're saying. Have a good one, Sarah. Take care. Ooh, Scott Pilgrim takes? And I can talk about it because the fucking... Yes! Guild, the actors strike is done. The writers and actors are not currently striking. But the deal's pretty bad. I really hope that the actors successfully vote to not accept the shitty deal that they've got. Yeah, that's why I'm confused, JM Lee, because I thought they were talking about Jujutsu Kaisen, and I'm like, I don't know if I'd say someone hating Jujutsu Kaisen's based in misogyny. But if they're saying hating JKR is rooted in misogyny, hey bud, JK Rowling personally targeted my co-author and myself last year, and her fans have spent the last year and a bit trying to kill me. Her fans have stalked me in real life. Her fans have attempted to assault me. So, please, tell me about how we're the mean bad ones. Oh, we're so mean and bad. I had to fucking disown a family member over this topic, so I'm raring to go, bud. Come on. If you're gonna make that claim, you better be able to fucking back it up, because I have a multiple-hour essay, well-researched and well-received essay on this topic. So come at me. I dare you. Genuinely. This week of all weeks is not the week to try me with this. Yes, the hate that JKR has for other people is misogynistic. You are correct, Charlie. I love you, Charlie. Charlie's a friend of mine, that's why I'm saying that. like Charlie makes really cool video essays and stuff. Yes, Jesse Gender in my video on J.K. Rowling is well cited. It's well researched. Hell, Jesse was messaging me the other day just to make sure that we had all of our citations together for the Star Wars video, because the video is so vast and we both did so much writing for it, it's hard to keep track of everything we did. But I believe we did. And when I reference things in scripts, I make sure to be very explicit about referencing them to help both myself later on, the audience, and Jesse. But yeah, like here's the video Jesse and I made about J.K. Rowling last year. Yeah, like, I'm sorry. I'm gonna talk about. I'm gonna vent for 2 minutes about transphobia, family members. I'm not gonna talk about specifics. I just want to talk about this broad things. I think I have something valuable to say, but I want to be very clear about a couple things. Which is, one, I'm not doing this for my own emotional validation. I'm actually feeling pretty good at this point. As much as the last week has really sucked because of that stuff, I've had my conversations with the people that I love and care about. I'm good, but I do want to talk about how transphobia leads longtime feminists to become incredibly misogynistic. And so I'm just talking about that angle because it was fascinating to watch one of my own family members do it. It's fucking radicalization. It really is. There's no other term for it, and it's extremely upsetting to watch. It was a painful, upsetting, awful time, and one sec. Should I draw a thumbnail like we did for JK? Yes, tier. Yes, People fall for bait posts so easily. Okay, one sec. Speaking of ethics and stuff, people need to get it on all. Like, I genuinely, I have muted friends of mine because I'm fucking sick of how they interact with social media. Do not respond to people baiting bullshit. Sorry, I'm just responding to Jesse about some thumbnail stuff, and it's time sensitive. One sec. Okay. Hey, Chad, do you want to watch me draw shit? I'm gonna switch scene connect collection, so it might get a little glitchy for a sec. Do I want to give away the life? That's fine. Okay, still up? Everything good? We're good? We're good? Awesome. We're good. All right, I'm gonna do a little. So, impromptu drawing stream. I need to change the topic on Twitch. What else do I need to do? All right, I'm gonna draw the thumbnail for you live right now. There we go. Sorry, it just takes me a second because I have to unplug and replug HDMI cords and get things set up. I also need to make sure Killian can't get in the room. He loves to try to come stand on my drawing tablet, which obviously is not good for a drawing tablet. Oh, of course they were, Charlie. Of course they were. 1 second. My favorite genre of people falling for obvious bait posts is like accounts that have literally one post. Like accounts that have a single post on them, nothing else on them, just a single post. And I might in a bit, Miranda, I'll let you know. I have a lot to talk about right now, so I'm happy like just chatting myself. Because I feel like I'd talk too much if I had a guest, potentially. I feel like I'm probably going to send a message to Sky and Jersey. I think I was talking too much when they were on here. But, yeah, so stream still working okay? Awesome. I need to calibrate my pen and stuff. I'm just waiting to I'll do the screen capture in a second. Just want to get the program running first. But, oh, I'm sorry, random mistake. You don't deserve that at all. I think this is probably not the stream for that. Probably best to... What I'd recommend, if you want to talk about that with someone, is message one of your friends, or if you have any Discord servers that have a venting channel, that would be a more appropriate place for that conversation. One sec. Sorry, I just have to keep having to message Jesse. Also, I'm doing this on stream, Lamau. Okay. Sorry, I just have to get the. So Jesse sent me a draft of the thumbnail. I'm gonna use that as my source, and then I'm gonna do it in the style that I did for the animated film. So, I want 19 by 20, 1920 by 1080. All right. Okay, perfect. Need to make sure I don't have anything on my screens that I want to close. I need to make sure I. I'll probably just restart that day next time we do Pathologic, because I want to do the. I prefer to do the streams just like one full day if I'm gonna do the Patho streams. Apologies. There we go. I have to screen capture for drawing. Okay. Fuck, I have the Thomas the Tank Engine's theme in my head again. I love how Discord compression always takes 1920 by 1080p photos to like a quarter of their size, but it's fine. Again, this was a rough draft Jesse just sent me, but I'm going to use it as a basis for shapes. So, just going to start with a quick sketch. That's what I want. I just want the shapes. Perfect. All right. Yeah, no. Campbell fucking sucks, and I'm glad we're eviscerating him adequately. And here's the thing. Here's the thing about George Lucas, Lukey boy. Lucas was called Joseph Campbell's greatest apprentice. What an awful man. So yeah, I'm not a fan of Campbell. As you can imagine, I wrote 5 hours about him. Okay, I need to probably look up. I'm gonna open up some of my. I just need to remember what the style looks like. Okay, I'm just gonna copy this top audio for 2 seconds. I also put up some music so that it's not just silence. Stop. My brain keeps subjecting me to noise. That's why I always have sound going. It helps me be more normal. Okay, let's not get copyright claimed. I just want some reference from the 2003 Clone Wars, which is this what is kind of the basis for the art style. Eh. Damn you, camera. These function. My camera stand has been slowly falling apart. That's been fun. It's still usable, so I don't need to buy a new one, thankfully. These things are fucking expensive. Yeah, I bet, Anthony. I bet. Fascists are fun. They're not fun. Not fun to research. Not fun at all. I'm gonna make sure that Discord is on the right track. Anyway, what the fuck were we talking about before? I completely lost track because I got focused. Am I gonna draw in different voices? Yeah. Gendy Tartakovsky was the primary artistic inspiration for the animated film because again, I was trying to draw on like real things that have existed in the franchise. I kind of want Campbell to have like. Probably get his nose first. I just realized that Joseph Campbell does look like evil Mr. Rogers. Right. You know, I think I'm gonna have a lot easier time if I just use him as a vague basis and I go from an angle. The characters just look so much better on an angle. I think I'm gonna grab. Let's see. I'm gonna go look at Turb's character and. I need to put sound in, or I'm gonna start losing it. That's like a half a joke. I wish I had like better music for streaming. Obi. Where's Obi Kenobi? I'm never getting over that kid calling him Obi Kenobi. It's so funny. Anthony, send it to me on Discord, and I'll. I know enough video game speak to probably parse whatever the hell they're trying to say. It also just sounds like it'd be funny to talk about. And that's what we have done. So I have like half the character's lines like memorized into my brain, including the line delivery. Just because some of the line deliveries are so fucking good. David really nailed it as Captain Skorkanov. Okay. Okay. Anthony just sent me the comment. I'm gonna read it in a funny voice. Dude, you try to spec in a standard femininity into the trans man build. It's terrible in the current meta. Like, half the time people forget your build exists, and the other half you're CC locked by gender stereotypes from both sides of the heteronormative binary scale. This is a joke, by the way. Your build isn't talked about as much as the MTF or NB builds, so you have the slightest advantage of people not expecting it. I'm younger than you, but I don't understand the. what? What is? What is that? What is that? Okay, I think this person was actually trying to be supportive in the weirdest way possible. Yeah, that was a big part of why we wanted Maggie to be part of the video. Fuck. I swear we started out. I need to go double check with Jesse. I'm having a moment of like, oh god, we shouted out, right? I swear we mention it somewhere in the script. Problem is, I haven't looked at the script, the full script, the not the animated script, the full script, in like probably 6 months at least. I genuinely don't remember half the shit we said because memory issues. So, the fun of mental illness. For context, this is the second version of the document that existed. It was first created on December 4th of last year. It's been over a year, baby! We've been working on it since last November. Jesse started writing it mid-November last year. We had extensive conversations early in November that led to Jesse's first draft. Then I did the second draft. Then Jesse did the third draft. Then I did the fourth draft. Then I wrote the layer 1 through the layer 1 stuff. And then Jesse came in and. Okay, yeah, no, I did. I did shout it out in the video. Okay, good. I was having a moment. I was having one of those moments where I was like, did I shout out my friend's work? Oh no. But no, I do explicitly state that people should watch Maggie's videos in the video. I'm not happy with these lines. I'm gonna do them better. 1 second. Because he has more of like a... this shape going on. He almost has like... how to cartoonify someone is a weird skill. Yeah, no, so Maggie Mae Smith plays a character. She starts as an antagonist. I'll say that. She plays Kish Shiel. I really love Maggie's performance, though. For those who've seen it, for my patrons. There we go. Now I've adequately... No, I need to make it sharper. Yeah, there we go. I don't think I'm doing a good job of this. There we go. Now I think I'm kind of capturing the energy of Mr. Joseph Campbell. I need to look up Joseph Campbell. I love how he looks a little stinky-eyed. He looks a little gumpy. There we go. I'm trying to figure out the weird... He has this sort of like direct thing, and then it kind of comes up over. What if I that it'll better. No. How do I translate his hair? A very boxy head. I need to get a shot of like the one side of his head, and they're all on the other angle. Okay. I see. I see. Figured it out. Let me look at Obi-Wan. He's really weird hair. You can't see it, chat, but he has really weird hair. Stinky eyes for stinky guys. Yeah, he's a gumpy man. Jesse and I showed up. We fucked with his monomyth, and we said you're wrong about everything, you fool. Your life's work is a joke. Cry about it. His head's in the wrong position relative to his neck. Sometimes we do a little accidental oopsie. There we go. And then we fix it, and it's fine. It's okay. It's like it never happened. I think we just need to adjust that line so it's a little bit more like, yeah. I just thought of a really dumb joke, a super awful, wonderful idea. So, just the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. His Anakin becomes his Force Ghost, so it's the Father, and his Son, and his Holy Ghost. And it's not even that far off! It's really not! Ay, beautiful. It's art. It's art. Good. I can. I think I found source image Jesse used. Yeah. So now I can see his dumb little. How does that look, chat? I think it'll look a little better. Yes. There we go. That looks a little better. Yeah. I think I captured his likeness nicely. So I'll send this to Jesse. I think I did a good job. Okay. Now here's the fun bit. I gotta do George Lucas. And to be honest, I kind of want a shot of Obi-Wan from side view if I can find one of those. The way they do side shots. Oh, found one. Perfect. The way they do side shots in Gendy's 2003 Clone Wars is so odd sometimes. But some of them look decent. Like, I'd go back to them and then just be like, what am I getting wrong? I was getting nothing wrong. That's too big. That's just right. He could be more fashy. True. But I'm not sure what I could put on him that wouldn't, like, detract from it just being him, you know? Ooh, I do know what I want to add, though. I just thought of this. There we go. Now he's done. Now that's a Joseph Campbell. Am I supposed? Yeah. That looks too much like a mustache in a bad way. There we go. Idita Campbell. I'm kind of shape studying him right now. These won't be lines I end up using, which is why I'm... Have a good one, Charlie. Thanks for being here. Anyway, what was I talking about? Small. Yeah, you're probably right. I could probably make his head bigger. The magic of digital art. Yeah. That looks better. Even if it's a little off model compared to like this shit. Skinny has relatively small heads. Which is the thing to adjust to, because a lot of cartoon stuff, they put them big heads. There we go. Now it's time to draw the guy who purposely re-edited his film so that he could cut his ex-wife out of the royalty credits. Royalty checks? Yeah. George Lucas is a stinky, stinky man. Yeah, fun fact, if you re-edit enough of a film and then re-release it, it technically counts as a different, like you can remove the original editor from the credit, which is why so much of the original trilogy had to be changed during the cuts. Anyway, let's never forget that the reason Star Wars is so good is because Marsha Lucas edited it, and she won an Oscar for that edit, so Like, her and the other editors. She wasn't the only editor on the project, but she's generally credited with saving several major sequences from the film. Oh yeah, that I nailed that. I nailed that. There we go. I'm actually really proud of how this is coming together. Anakin Skywalker. There's 3 stinky men. I almost forgot one of the most important things, because all of Gendy Tartakovsky's men have to have giant Adam's apples that are really noticeable. Anyway, I should really get back to... Fuck me. Well, this will be fun. Guess he gets to redraw all of George Lucas. This dipshit right here. I didn't change layers. I didn't change the layers. I swear to God, if my line work is worse on this version. I'm taking my chat out to the Stinky Man Parade. Drawing them all the stinky man. Fuck that up. Ah. I'm having a muscle spasm mid swipe. Yes, my chat are my kids in the backseat all hyped for the stinky man parade. Are you ready, kids? There we go. I think that's cleaner mindset. You aspire to be a stinky man, non-derogatory, affectionate. Beautiful. There are many forms of stinky men. Some is derogatory, some is not derogatory. Daniil Dankovsky is a stinky man, affectionate. So is Septimus from Stardust. I definitely wasn't writing about Stardust earlier today. Or... I love the composition of this photo. It's so fun. Oh my god, Anthony, I bet. Now for Anakin. The nice thing about Anakin is that I should have reference for him somewhere. Show me side view, you fucker. I shouldn't be swearing at the cartoon. Yes, he's very edgy. I'm aware. Show me a side angle of his head. Anakin, turn your head, you bastard. I'm sorry, chat. This is gonna be boring for a second while I wait to see if I can get a side angle. I love animation. Oh my god. Yes. Yes. Yes! Pretty sure he's he's a symmetrical character, so I can basically just put him in like this. Relative head size pretty similar. Okay. We're gonna kind of blend the two things because I still want the composition of like him standing here, right? Okay. Oh, it's perfect. Smug eating, shit eating grin. Do it. The Internet Archive has the entire show on it. I know tracing's a little cheating, but also I would like to point out most YouTube thumbnails are just a collage of shit that already exists. I think I can do a little cheating. And I did draw the other two from scratch. And I want them to look just nice and close to the source material, but consistent with my version of the style. You're right, the scar is asymmetrical, and it is on this side of the head, so... See if it shows me the other side of his head. Okay. Yeah. To be honest, tracing is really good art training work. I don't use it for my final stuff, but for thumbnails like this, I'll do it because I mean, again, most thumbnails are just collaging. Anyway, I don't feel too bad about tracing for a thumbnail. I really like the leading lines in this So here's the. I'm just gonna talk about composition for a minute, and part of why I like this, but I've made some changes because I think it'll make it more interesting. So we've got this nice triangle composition that makes up the majority of the frame, right? 1, 2, 3. Those are major points. But I have two sets of leading lines that are leading us in both directions. So Campbell's head is facing Anakin, but his eyes are facing Lucas. And our brain naturally follows eye line, which means that we've got this natural line to the eyes, head to the head, right? This nice, clean triangle shape. And yeah, exactly, Midge. Tracing, art studies, and redlining are great ways to learn and improve. Exactly. Like, what I'm doing here isn't groundbreaking or that amazing. It's just keeping it nice and simple. Okay. I'm going to put each of them in their own little folders. And then I'm going to put a folder for all of them. These will be helpful tricks for us later. Keep your layers organized and labeled. Label them. Just gonna make our life a little easier. Just that touch easier. Just that touch easier. Also, does anyone have any more? Does anyone have any questions about like ethics on YouTube and stuff? I lost what I was talking about, and I haven't been able to regain it. That's bothering me. Also want to send this to. I've gotten really fast at this art style, relatively speaking. I'm not even going particularly fast right now because I'm figuring out character look and stuff. I'll make a little oopsie. But we fixed it, it's fine. Okay. We can focus in on this. Anakin is very fun in this art style. How do I decide when to criticize someone publicly, like how bad they have to be? It's not about how bad they are. It's about purpose. That's the difference. For example, discussing James Somerton today, I did so with a purpose to discuss a type of behavior that I have issues with. I didn't do so to drag James Somerton. And that's why I kept repeating that over and over and over again. Like, I indulged a little, in letting myself be a little petty for 5 minutes about someone who harassed my friends and I. But because again, every time people harass Jesse, I have to deal with it too. Like, their fans don't just stop at Jesse. And I have to, I check the comments, so the help for review tab. The help for review tab's been very glitchy the last bit, so. Yeah, when does collage become plagiarism? That's always an interesting thing to me. I don't know. Genuinely. But yeah. Nice. It's coming along really nicely. I'm happy with how this image will turn out. So what I think I am gonna do with Anakin and the other characters is add some shading that would be a little bit more than would be expected on this type of work. But I'll do that last. I want to get the base colors down first. Oh, damn, that's whiter than I thought it was. Did you use true white? I was using an off-white in the video. Oh, okay. Julio. Okay. Why did I say that? Let's move to Lucas. I think this is probably about our mid here. Go. Oh, hey, Wirecutter, how's it going? Yeah, I think if you're gonna use like artists stuff, you gotta like photographs. It's obvious when it's not you. You know what I mean? It's always gonna be obvious if a photograph isn't your work. But if it's a drawing and you just present it without context, that's shitty. I'm doing all right. I'm enjoying streaming again. It's been a little while. Also, chat if you feel like supporting. There's a Ko-Fi. Oh my god, this entire time that I've had music playing, I had the desktop audio muted. I'm so sorry. It's been so quiet. I feel bad. Okay, you should hear the music now. There you go. I have to look up George Lucas's eye color now. Groggy Lucas. Kind of brown eyes. Well, I think I should do this sort of cartoony, like. That'll look good. And then grab his sort of. Grayish hair color. There we go. That's one Groggy Lucas. Sorry, Groggy Lucas is a very weird reference to Jesse, when we were writing the script, kept misspelling his name Geroge. And so I've just had the sentence Groggy Lucas stuck in my brain for months. I've just had Groggy Lucas stuck in my brain for months. Okay. Now for Yosef Campbell. This dumb little purple soup. It's great for color composition though. There we go. That looks pretty good. Okay. I want to change Anakin's skin tone on here to match more. More consistent across the piece that way. The other thing with the original image that's a problem is that they're both dark and he's bright, and that creates a weird look. I think what I'll do is I'll add shadow, and then I want to add a colored highlight on the blue and red sides, and then have a little bit of both on Campbell's face. I think that'll look fun. Compositionally, it'll be interesting. I'm trying to think of what I was talking about with the standards and YouTube stuff and whatnot. Oh, I forgot to update the art. Yeah, so I'm doing, Jesse and I have this giant video essay about Star Wars that we're releasing right away. And it's an evisceration of Joseph Campbell and the Monomyth. Is probably the best way of explaining what the essay is. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I need to add his little... I think what I want to do for the tie, maybe dark purplish. I was gonna click the right layer. A little bit helpful, tiny bit helpful. I also need to go look at what Campbell's eye color is. Yeah, I can't stand Joseph Campbell either. We're eviscerating him for the fascist that he is. I don't want that man to be fondly remembered by anyone. There we go. Applies down on all of them for base layers. Hey Bellamy, how's it going? Did I miss your first message, Bellamy? I'm sorry if I did. Got focused on the drawing. do something really helpful for myself. Quick. I wasn't ignoring you. Does that a fight you can only have with a friend that's like a Okay. My thought for the sort of angle. The light is that, and then these are just, I'm just using these as I believe in you, Bellamy. But yeah, abuse is a fucking bitch. It messes you up for a long time. Okay. Start by just no, that's not what I wanted. 50. There you go. I apologize if you can hear my upstairs roommates. One of them is playing bass guitar right now. Probably my brother. Look at that. That's some good shading right there. And then we'll add blue highlighting on the top and stuff. Great. Okay. Go down to Campbell. Same process. This time we got two different light sources and two bodies kind of blocking it, so. But part of when they're playing, like practicing their instruments, is that they play the same notes, like set of notes, like 30 times. And I'm like, ah. It kind of drives me up the wall. I hate it. I need to consider. I have to consider both light sources. Along nicely. Who has a lot of problems? Oh, Dawkins? Is that who people are talking about? Isn't Richard Dawkins like a weird transphobe or something? I can't remember. Oh yeah, he's one of those new atheists. Islamophobic as shit and super anti-Semitic. Oh no, Miranda. Oh, I have to just hear the exact same riff of like tiny piece of one song. Fucking snap. Doom doom doodle doo 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 over and over and over again. Why must you torture me so? I hope you all can't hear it. Oh, that looks pretty good, actually. Now to add the highlight layers. All the way back to Lucas. Yes. Now we go to Campbell. Any thoughts, chat? Any questions? I feel like I'm just drawing too much. I'm not chatting in it as much as I usually do. Yeah, that's coming along nicely. Okay. There we go. Okay. Sending to Jesse for. Hopefully she'll see this. What did Bellamy say? An important question if you or hide a dick on his face and so we know it's there. I don't know if I'd get in trouble from YouTube if I did that. I'm not even kidding. I genuinely don't know if YouTube would get mad at me for streaming me drawing. I wouldn't put it past them though. I really wouldn't. There. Alright, let's take a look at this Ouroboros. Helpful tools. Don't like a guy drawing a dick in his face. Life lessons from Bellamy. You're all being very silly. That's fine. I encourage silliness. I'm intellectual and highbrow some of the time, but you know, everything in modicum. Sometimes I give a rant about people not understanding machine learning and the inherent unethical nature of companies like ChatGPT, and sometimes he penis. The bass playing upstairs is genuinely giving me a headache. I want to finish this on stream. Thank you, Gennady Tartakovsky's Primal, for happening to have a snake in it. So I have an idea of how this art style snakes work. There we go. Alright. Not just implicit. Bellamy, do you want to get in voice? I can. You can come in voice. It's in the Pathologic stream server, so you already have access, and you have the mod role, so you can literally just join if you want. You have the power to do that. Just saying. Oh, I hate this particular pattern of notes. I don't know why. Plays it often when he's practicing. I want to be clear. This is me being obnoxious about my younger brother. I don't actually mind that much. Like, it is annoying for my sensory things, but also I'm glad that my brother's enjoying an instrument and unwinding. Because I am a good older sister. Yeah, that reverse looks pretty good. And now we're gonna add in blue. I don't need to look at reference anymore. Yeah, I've done 90% of this on stream. I have a bit of a headache. I think I'm going to call it here, but thank you so much for hanging out. I'm glad that we had informal chats. I'm glad that we had some chill time. I'm glad that people found the discussions of how to behave on these platforms informative and helpful. I'm probably just gonna go hang out with some of the video assists who are watching the Game Awards right now. Thank you all so much. I'm gonna go check if anyone's live on Twitch. I might raid out on there. I have to re-sign in. Oh wait, no. I should be still signed in on Chrome. So I'm no longer using Chrome. No, I'm not signing in on Chrome either. Too much of a hassle. Okay, here's what you're gonna do. Here's what you're gonna do, chat. When I turn off the stream, you're gonna go to my channel. You're gonna go to playlists. There's a playlist that's public called Aeronaut 2023. And you're gonna go and watch whatever videos in that playlist interest you. But it's every video that I had some hand in, whether it's just voice work to co-starring, co-writing, editing, like I did with Jesse in my video in the Guardians of the Galaxy. Also a reminder that the animated short film part of the Star Wars video is up for my patrons. So if you want to watch it early and on its own, not split out across a 5-hour essay, but just as just the short film, go to my Patreon, patreon.com/Aeronaut. Consider supporting. Thank you all for hanging out here. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Bye-bye.